Hi, I think I'm live now. Is live good? Am I not live yet? I think I click on live button. Oh yeah, I'm live. Sorry about that. Can you hear me good? I think so, hopefully. Oh my goodness. Where are we? Where were we? Hello, good evening, everybody. Or should I like make it like this? I'm not sure. Wait. Oh my goodness, I'm not prepared. I thought I'm already prepared. So, hi. Wait, yeah, I started like 3 minutes or 4 minutes before 7 because why not? So let me say hi and welcome to everybody in the chat. Wait, where's my banner? I think, okay, this one. Hi, Tony, Junior, Kuya Frank, hello everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. So, yeah, I started earlier than 7 p.m. because why not? And I'm already free. I'm already done with dinner, so everything's good. Wait, whoa, puts and boots. This is you, Junior. Hi, hi, Junior. Hi, Brett. Hello, Brett. Good morning, Brett. Sis Alma is also here. Wait, hi, Junior. Long time no see from Tony. Hi, Sis Alma. Good evening, Sis Alma. How's your day so far? How's your Friday? Tony, Puts and Boots, Sis Alma, Brett. Yeah, I think it's still. Oh yeah, how's your Friday morning in the US? And I would say woman should be the prize. Oh, why not join here, Sis Alma? Let me know. I'm gonna give you the link. Let me know in the chat. This is our night, ladies. It's always our night, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the prize from Junior. Oh, good on you, Junior. Let me know why. There is always reason why. There is no prize. Definitely no prize for Tony. Thank you so much, Brett, for sharing the stream. So many diverse perspectives. I love it. Yes, I love it. It's something that we're going to share, tackle, healthy opinions. Opinions. We are always entitled to our own opinions. Nobody is wrong. So we are all right according to what we believe in, and nobody should, should object it because why not? Okay, so far from Brett. Oh, good to know, Brett. Oh, only 3 a.m. Yes, already a little bit of Friday for Brett. Do you agree, Poots? Woman should be the prize from Alma. I will mostly be background. Ah, thank you so much, Brett. It helps a lot. It's still something. A little something is still something. Thank you so much, Brett. It's my honor that you're being in the background. Agoy, so many alaga away away. Okay, sis Alma, no worries. But if you're free, just let me know. I'm gonna give you the link, or I just gonna put it in the chat. Tony is always wrong. From Junior. If I am a if I am a man, I will say I should be the prize. Oh, sis Alma. So it's gonna be Alma. Tony Junior, exactly. So yes. So this hopefully should gonna be an interesting topic for everybody. Just it's gonna be a healthy discussions for everybody. Care to share your comments, opinions about it, and at the end of the day, we're gonna have some fun. But anyway, I just want to say before we're gonna like go deeper with our topic, um, I just want to say like for everybody that's gonna come here or playing the live stream, I just want to say, please keep the respect, stay respectful to my guests and to all everybody on the chat. So so we can so we can like
So we can like
enjoy more with
enjoy more
our
with
live
our
stream.
live stream.
Hello,
Hi
Gabs. How are you
Gabs,
Hi,
doing?
MK's
Gabs.
here.
MK's here.
Good
Good
evening.
evening.
Long time no see now. Good evening.
Long time no see,
Long time
yes.
no see, yes.
Glad to see you.
Glad to see
Glad
you.
to see.
Glad to
Glad
see.
to see you
Glad to
again.
see you again.
I'm having a
I'm
feedback
having
at
a feedback.
um.
Um,
What is it?
Yeah.
what is it?
And another beautiful
Another
lady on the
beautiful lady on the
panel.
panel.
Hello to Lily. What's up?
Hello.
Hello.
There
Speaker?
is an
There is an
echo.
echo.
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Why?
My God.
My God.
What?
Imo
What's
ba?
that?
What's that? What's that?
No.
No.
Oh, it was Nels. What happened, Nels? Come back when it's okay. So we will not gonna hurt
There's a
our
echo?
friends' eardrums.
There's a
This
echo,
is
Miss Money?
no more echo, I think.
I'm the prize. Oh my goodness. MK, you already answered. We not yet discussed.
Okay,
Hallelujah.
let me just read first to our
Our
friends'
friends
comments.
comment.
Hello? Uy, ako.
Everybody,
Ano?
Sounds like a
Sounds
robot.
like a robot. Sounds like a
Yeah.
robot.
okay.
Bounce. Very
I tried I tried to mute Nels, so it seems like it's on Nels and well, the, what happened, Guaps? Are you okay?
Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay?
what? Wait.
There's a
Okay.
feedback on you when you talk. The ecosystem.
Well, I'm not playing anything on, I just only have, the phone. So anyway, I just want to say first, disclaimer first. Wait, please, people in the chat, let us know what if you're okay or like if the echo is just tolerable or not.
Okay.
How is my magnificent Miss Mani tonight? I'm okay, thank you so much. Feeling great. Kuya Frank. Junior, they tried telling me that in TikTok I'll mute you. Okay, wait.
So how long did you started, Miss Money?
I think I started 6:56. Yeah.
Oh, 5 minutes before, you start.
Oh, see, I'm frozen.
So I'm so excited
My
about
screen
our
was frozen.
discussion.
Sorry, guys. Hi, Scott. Oh my goodness, I can't read. Scott is here. Duval Steve is here. MK Fitness. Hello. Hi, guys. Thank you so much for dropping or for tuning in. So hopefully it's gonna be a fun live stream for everybody. Wait, I'm back. Wait, what happened else?
Nakamute naman ko.
Nakamute naman ko.
Sige na, sige na.
Ano, dahil hindi ko nagkakaan eh.
Gano'n naman
Nagago pa
yatong
rin
live
naman
stream
itong
mo.
live stream mo. Eh, bakit ito? Isa naman yun eh.
Nangamuti nga, nangamuti.
Nangamuti.
Back. Wait.
Sorry, guys. Technical issue. Junior said, Manny, your stream has a mind of its own now. What happened? Are we still okay? So how are you today, Ati Lily? Glad your internet
Oh,
is okay now.
yeah, that's why, ahead of time, because I was woke up in the morning, early in the morning, and then I asked Frank. I didn't notice that, the light was not blinking. And then I asked, there's a connection? And then he said, no. And then when I
Oh
checked my
my
phone, oh my
goodness.
God, the Sky Cable sent me a message. Oh my goodness. So just to let you know ahead of time that, I can't able because, this is the time. So because I don't really trust Sky Cable. If they say 6 p.m. will resume the connection, I don't really trust because you know what? They keep okay. So there's another extension of repairing stuff. So I don't. So I just let you know that if ever I can't go on yours. So
On
that's
yours. So
that's
that's,
the
that's
problem.
the problem. That's the problem.
Oh my goodness!
Oh
Why
my
there's
goodness, why
Ano wala ako eh. Kalibo ko ba yun? Nakasakit sa
what the? Was Mamma Mia! Ah. So I feel good. I feel energetic. I'm excited about the discussion. Who is the prize, men or women? So I'm ready. I'm ready to answer that. You know, MK Fitness, please just put it in highlights, don't go on straight. So we're gonna do something highlights, okay? You're very direct to the point.
Can you speak to Ate?
Hi, what's up? What's going on in YouTube? Hello. So, hello, Filipina MTV. Thank you for
Thank you for
coming with
coming with
us.
us.
Ikaw pa sa ako na. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. Yabag na.
Hi, Tony.
Hello?
Okay, what if
What
after we
if
talk, we're
after
gonna
we
like mute ourselves and then unmute when we're going to talk? What if? Yeah.
Oh.
oh
Agad. Oh.
oh
I don't know what happened, guys. I already cleared my StreamYard, all my thumbnail, but ano ba yun? First time sa kuan eh. Struggle is real. Uy! Out na lang ko eh.
Yeah, I already,
Yeah, I already,
I
me,
already
I already
the echo
the
thing, I cut off, I lowered the volume, everything.
Let me try that. Audio. Speakerphone. Hello, hey. Hello? Can you hear me?
Hi, Kiss.
Can you hear me, Guaps?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hinaya. Pogi hapon. Ah, mic volume.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
So I just get out na lang so that you can have your good live stream. I don't know what happened to my phone. Ano din siya? Uy, kalitra lagi ni.
Guaps, what if you're
Yes,
gonna
what if
use
you're
like
gonna
headset?
use like headset?
Headset? Try. Ano man What happened? How about that? Hello?
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 Still the same. The problem is, I don't know what the problem. I think the mouse, cell phone. Ay, nako.
No,
Hello?
no sound. Okay. My goodness, the
What's
echo.
that? Still, but I can't hear
How
you.
about
How
on
about
in the audio you
in
can
the
like
audio you can like really? I'll just out na lang, oy. I'll just leave on the comment na lang. I just comment na lang. I don't know what happened. Or just give me another link daw, Gops. Wanna ba yung link? Give me another link. Send me another link na lang, try.
We can
Okay.
say me or him. Mostly women claim that she is the prize, but if you have a good man, then he is the prize.
Ay, oh lala.
I really I really want to talk about this because, this is very interesting topic, Miss Money.
yes, this is gonna be an interesting topic, so that's why I want to like tackle this up and oh my goodness.
So there's no echo?
Yeah, it has an echo but not really worse than with
Yeah, because when
Nels
you
earlier.
talk, I don't really hear echo from coming from you.
And when you talk also I don't hear echo.
So guys, what do you think? Who is the prize, men or women?
So I'm gonna read this from Filipina MTV. We can't say me or him. Mostly women claim that she is the prize, but if you have a good man, then he is the prize. So,
Well, you can't really say if you can't really find the true definition of price.
uh-huh. So what is the price for you, Ate Lily? What, how do you define price?
Price,
Yes.
a price is just like, a person that, has a value. Okay, you
Mm-hmm.
value the person, everything you value. So once you value, it's just like, like example, a gold. You can really get the price from the gold because gold has a value, just like a person. If the person has value, you can tell that he's the price, she's the price. As simple as that. So you can't really tell the person he or she the price if that person has no value.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like in a relationship. You cannot really tell the man or the woman if they don't give value in the
The
relationship. How you
relationship,
can
how
get
you
the
can get
price
the
if
price if
the
the
relationship has no
relationship has no
value?
value.
So just like, it's just like simple example that I mentioned about the gold. Okay, you can get the price because, if the gold has value, so you can go to the pawn and, things like that, there's a value, so you really, it's your price because you got a gold with value. Gold has a value,
Mm-hmm.
all golds, but it's not, the fake gold, because, if the fake
Uh-huh.
gold, there's no value. So you have it, just like, in a relationship. Okay, he or she, if you think and you can see there's a value in, in a relationship, of course he or she is the price. As simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
So you cannot really tell she's the price. It's just like, how can you tell that she or he is the price? Because you can see value, you know. So, price is including with value. That's,
Mm-hmm.
that's how I look. So if you're gonna ask me in a relationship, of course, vice versa. If the man give value on you, if the woman give value, it's just like both. You can claim you have, price. But if you can see that it's only the man has value, of course, we'll give credit to the man. We give credit to the man that,
Mm-hmm.
the man has a price. The man is a price, not the woman. Because how can you give a price to a woman if that woman has no value? So
Mm-hmm.
it's unfair, right? So you have to look at the big picture, okay, before you say that he or she the price.
Mm-hmm. So when okay, according from Gray, men and women bring things to a relationship. We are not the same, therefore we are not equal. So Graham is not
Definitely,
agreeing with Duval Steve as like, they're
definitely, we're not
equal.
equal. We're not equal
Um,
because women get pregnant and men don't.
so yeah, men and women is not equal.
Agree.
So from
So
Junior, but everyone brings something to a relationship. So all is a prize. So Junior said
yes,
basically men and women, though they're not equal, but they're both prized to each other.
yeah, makes sense what you said, Junior. So in the relationship, if both party will give a value, of course, they also give credit him or her. They're
Mm-hmm.
both the price. They're both the price because you cannot really, like I said, Miss Manny, that you cannot really value a person that you can see really see the value. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
because of course, in a relationship, the man. But for me in a relationship, always the man has a price because they're the one who do the move to show good things about the relationship, that the relationship will getting we're getting stronger and stronger. And also women, so it's just like for me, I don't know for the
Mm-hmm.
for the people on the live chat, but for me is in my mind, and this is my opinion, guys. So for me, I always looked men is the price.
Mm.
That's I always look
For you, men is the
men is,
prize.
yeah, men is the price than the woman. Especially Miss Money, if if when it comes to Western women, they think that it's just like this is the funny thing because they always said that men always bring food on the table, and then they said that they don't need to bring food on the table because they are the table. So it's just like, so it's
Mm.
so funny. It's so funny. It's not what the thinks. What can you contribute in a relationship? So you're not the table. Man is the table, or man is the price.
Woman is the
But I
table
don't
and
know.
men is the prize.
Man is the table and man is the price. because what I'm
Ah.
talking about is not literal the table, table that you put something. Men is go, especially if they have family, men is, is they the one who provide in the family. So it's just like, it's just like, I don't want to get out of our subject, but I just explain this, that man is, the main provider in the family. Okay, so the table is, they're the one who bring, food on the table, not the woman. But it's just like a big bonus if the woman has a work, and also the woman willing to help the man. Okay, it's just like, just like that. But for me, it's just like man is the price and man is the table. Because a lot of Western women talk about, here we go again. So I don't want to say this. I'm prejudiced against Western women, but that's the always saying that they're the table. They don't really understand that what can you bring? What can you bring? What can you share about the relationship? That's what it
Mm.
means. It's not the literal table. Okay. So I don't want to, get out of our subject about that. So I just, explaining my, how I look or how I
Well,
interpret.
I think, between in a relationship, when somebody is like, I agree with Kuya Frank that he said, when a man just, sleep on a couch, play PlayStation all day, don't work, and so, and the woman is working, so she will be the price. So I think it will be depend, on the situation that a person's bringing into a relationship.
Well, just like I said, that, a person can, can able to, because, the price is just like you work hard. It's just like,
Mm.
okay, the
It's
price
someone
is
who
not
has
the price
value,
that,
or like,
yeah, yeah, yeah. In the competition, you really want, to won that competition, or you really want to won that contest, because there's a prize. So it's just like,
mm,
it's just shows that, you have value, you have effort, to get that prize. It's just like, some women, they just say, okay, I'm the prize. They don't really understand what is the definition, the true definition of price, because, you work, and, you do things that there's a value to get that prize.
mm.
It's a
So
kind of it's a kind of deep explanation, or, it's a very, very tough meaning when it comes to price.
from, oh yeah, that's true. Just when you understand what is price, it should be someone who would like, maybe, but most of the time, if the man who is like working so hard, and then at the same time the woman is also doing her obligation, for the relationship, they're both working, they both working it out, no, not just like one, just only one is working, so I think, yeah, they gonna, it's them both,
they
yeah.
both they both deserve price. Okay, they both
Yeah,
deserve
they're both the
price.
price towards each other. So from Filipina
Precisely.
Charmsky, she said, okay, for me, no one is prized because all deserve love. It should be
No,
the
it's not the
same equal.
price.
No one is
So
a
it's not the
prize
price,
because all deserve
nails.
love.
It's not the
Well,
price,
it's
that
her.
the price, that if you're 100 pesos or what, it's not the value, the value of the person. That's the price.
Mm, so it's not about a person, When there is love, care, spiritual, emotional, and mental, yeah, mentally. So that is from Filipina Charmsky. Thank you so much, Guabs.
Yeah, precisely put. It's just like, because it's just like rewards
Mm.
or price, because price is just like indication of achievement and rewards in
Mhm.
value. So it's very it's very complicated words that there's so many factors that you can connect on that. It's not the literal price, okay? So you cannot really tell that, well, I don't know. It's just like, for me, it's the person has a value and they deserve to have a prize or rewards, or because they achieve things like that, especially when it comes to relationship. So yeah, well, it's each of us have their interpretation of price.
Wait lang, Ate, ha. I gonna like try to use other phone.
When Ate Lily speak, guaps, okay naman. Pero yung og ikaw mag-echo. Ako phone.
Wait lang.
My goodness. There's a
Okay.
uh frequency power. Yatay.
So from Puts and Boots, he said, it should be partnership, teamwork. Yeah, wait.
Well, it's just like Miss Money. Okay, take a look the meaning of passport bros and expats. Okay, when you go to Google, this same definition, but the true meaning of passport bros is just like brothers came out of the countries and marry, and they don't want to deal with Western women. That's the meaning of passport bros with the brothers. But when you look at on the Google, it's just like the same expats and passport bros, the same meaning. Excuse me. Because, price is just like if he or she is traditional, or if not, they don't, especially if they don't give something on, the relationship. How can you consider a person that, has no value in the relationship, has no contribution on the relationship? So he or he is not the price. Hello. Hmm. What's going on?
Can you speak, Ate? Sorry. Hello, Ate Lily, can you speak? Ano man ni? Uy.
Hello. What's up, Doc?
Ah,
There's a echo. The
it's not working.
it's not working. What?
I'm trying to use other phone so
Okay.
to see if I still have echo, but still I have echo.
But when you talk, there's no echo, Miss Money. But that's the problem is if we're on the tree on the panel, there's a echo between you and Nails.
But when you're talking, there's no echo to Nels from Nels. My goodness, what happened? When you say a price, it means you're competing to each other. Both of you should work together. It's it's about the two of you, how you look and think that the person in front of you is a prize. It's like you cannot easily throw.
Well, it's just like like I said, it's according how you interpret the word price. But me,
Think
I
about
already.
this. In terms of relationship, modern Western thinking has been proven to be a disaster for men, women, and children, whereas traditional relationship is still thriving. Hmm.
It's just like it reminds me of
Okay, from Filipina MTV. But in relationship, price mean you are making your partner a top priority, a top notcher. Hmm. So it should be level.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's not working.
Well, it's just
From
like
Tony, my 2 cents, there is no prize. It's a relationship, not a competition. Yeah, exactly, Tony.
well,
It's okay. It's
it's
still
not
here.
like I said, it's not the price, okay? It's the price that you give value with that person. If that person has a value, of course you have the price. Well, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna shut up my shut up my mouth for that, because each of us has their own opinion for that, so I'll respect that.
Oh yeah, that's like what I said. Everybody is entitled to their own opinion. Nobody is wrong about it. So
Yeah.
From grain, the provider is obviously the price. Let the provider withdraw from 6 months and see what happens to the relationship. Both have value, both need to appreciate the differences and qualities. So according to grain, price and value is different. Both have value, but there is one is the price between a relationship. I think that's how I understand from grain.
So that's the question, that's the question. uh, that's the question that
From
also.
Duval Steve. Mania Seiko every time she speaks, maybe her headset. Yeah, I already took unplugged my headset. So there's still my headset is already unplugged. I don't know. Okay, from Filipina Charmsky, both of you in a relationship is a prize, especially with all the things I said earlier, because both of you will invest it to make it strong.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I said early in the discussion that if they are deserved, if they they both deserve to have a prize. Okay, but this this is kind of Western term between men and women. Yeah, but yeah, it's just like Frank. When it comes, to Filipina, we cannot really same as what Western women think about our men. Okay, because Filipina, we always value our men, no matter what. Especially if the relation is good and strong, we always give our men value.
Mm.
It's just like, I'm saying all Western women are like that, but majority of, if you don't have enough money to sustain their, their their needs, it really shows that you're not the price for them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all about, it's all about material thing. But we never think
So,
that way. We never think that way as a Filipina. But I'm not saying all Filipina are like that. Okay, but majority of Filipina, we always give value in our men. It's just like,
so
let's.
then I think both are priced towards each other, unless someone between the relationship from the relationship of maybe the girl is not doing the right thing or the man is not doing the right thing, then the price is just only one.
Yeah, precisely. It's just like unfair for the, for or he or she, that it just only you recognize, her or him. And especially if you're both work, you both give value with each other, of course it's unfair that only credit well goes to the men or women. So if you're
Mhm.
deserved to have a prize, both much better.
Okay, from Tony, to be fair, if someone has no value, why would you be in that relationship? Yeah, exactly, in the first place. We all bring something to the relationship. If not, it will fail. Yeah, it takes two to tango.
Well,
Both
it's
should
just like,
work with it.
yeah, it's just like, it's not the price. You cannot really tell, when you are together. Of course you have to know
Uh-huh.
first, so that you can tell, is this a person, is the price. So You have to, you have to elaborate the question. Is this before and after relationship? If it's before, of course you have to know the person first so that you will tell, is this the person, is the price? But if you do that after the relationship, there's another story, there's another explanation about that. So it's just like, okay, the question is not really specific before and after the relationship.
Mm. So, but from Grain, nobody's called, he doesn't like to call it value, I mean price. He call it value. But the price will be someone who provides mostly. Is that it, Grain? From Filipina MTV, you choose her because you are 100% she is the prize and she has the value that makes her the prize. Ah, so okay, explain further, sis Alma. We don't we don't want to like, misunderstood it. I'm not using laptop WAPs, I'm just using phone.
Hi, Brett.
Ah, see, that's what Grain said. He meant like he meant to say like that.
Okay, so that's the problem, Tony.
Thank you,
if
Brett.
if that's the problem is the price, forget it, the price. Let's
Ah,
concentrate the value.
erase
What?
the price. It's gonna be value. Replace with value.
So if it's the word is starts, is it's a problem. So let's start with a value. What do you think, Miss Money?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. So
You
that's
try
it.
to get
It's
in
not price, it's
Filipina
value.
Charmsky if if it's still if it's still echo.
Yeah. Come back, Guaps.
Try to get in enter the
How
studio
about
Nels.
I don't really know. Maybe if I'm going to talk Guaps, maybe you try to mute so and I do the same thing. Vice versa.
Ayaw makisama ng ano eh, ayaw na makisama ng panahon eh.
Sana
Erase
Manila itong
price
live
which is
stream.
to value.
Okay, from Kuya Frank, with Western women that don't work, cook or clean, and just spends a man's money, he is really the prize.
With Western women that don't work, cook, or clean, just spend a man's money, he is really the price. He is really the price. Yeah. It's just like, what, Miss Money, a while ago that, uh, your Kuya Frank told me that, a lot of Western women that you cannot really ask, a favor, to make, like I was making his sandwich. So I don't say anything,
Hmm.
it's just like I'm asking him, how many sandwich do you want? But, if, for this women, especially for black women, they gotta, oh, are you crippled? You need to scratch it because you can able to make your own sandwich. So it makes me laugh about that. Beggar lonely. Hello,
Yeah, I
thank you
think
for coming.
they I think they treat the relationship like competition rather than, partnership or
Yeah.
companionship. Maybe that's why. From Tony, Boots and Boots. I think so. I don't like the word prize. I don't have to win something. I have to work hard to capture my girl's heart, and she's mine. Hmm.
Well,
The
actually,
prize in the relationship is Miss Money. Bigger Lonely. Good evening. Good morning.
actually, Miss Manny, it's, a lot of people can really relate that if you're going to talk about Western women. But, for Filipina, we're not really into that because we don't treat our men as, as a piece of shit.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So, like I mentioned a while ago, that, we valued our men. Okay. So it's just like, this kind of question is more onto Western women with Western men.
No, because, yeah, in here, men have value. We value our men just like how we value our father. We value their
Yeah.
decision.
Yeah, because here's the things for those Western men. Here's the thing: we Filipina, especially, we're married. If our husband asks me, we can, if my, like my husband asks me, can I make him a sandwich, and then I don't say nothing, because it's just given that you have to take care of your man. But it's just like some, I'm not saying all Western women are like that, but majority, especially particularly black women, they're gonna tell, are you a cripple, you need scratches? So they don't show the value of their men. So we Filipino, we cannot really say things that what men expected us, because we're not act like a Western women. Filipina values when it comes to relationships is totally different than the Western women. So I think that that kind of question much better if we have it's for
For
Western men
Western
and
men
Western
and
women.
Western women. Western women.
We're
Hello?
just for
We're just for
Santo. What is
Santo.
the
We're just for
echo?
Santo.
Pakinggan. Hello, hello?
Hello, Gop.
Hello, Bob.
Oh, kadung na ko guwaps. Kalago ka na ako guwaps?
Yeah, makadungog ko nimo.
Yeah, makadungog ko nimo.
Oh, goods na. Wala na echo. Yung sa to nimo.
I think
I think
nag-mute si Ate Lily.
nag-mute si Ate Lily.
Oh. So, kinsa may problema ani?
And I also mute
And I
myself
also
after
mute
I'm
myself
talking.
after I'm talking.
Oh. Yeah, it's good now. No echo no. Oh, karon na nasad. Sa may
Okay.
problema ani?
Okay.
Unsa naman eh? No, unsa naman na guwaps? Hello again. Mo ko gid ako anyway. Ang Ate Lily mo tingog siya, okay ra. Pero ikaw, mo iko. Hello? Oh, okay. Ay, nagya. Okay ra. Okay ra. Okay ra. Wala mag remix. Ay, nako. Dali, mag-drop na lang ta dire. Oh, yeah. So, more to kuang kuan, comments about this topic. Like, if you talk about price, then it means doesn't have value because a price is a price. So it should be the same. Both are prices. Because if you really, if you really stick together and you really understand each other, then yeah.
I like this comment
I
from
like this
Grain.
comment from Grain.
Not all
Not
foreigners are
all
good
foreigners
guys
are
though.
good guys
Filipinos
though.
need to keep
Filipinos
their
need
eyes
to keep
open for
their
the
eyes
shitty
open for the
ones.
shitty ones.
Yes, Grain. I
Yes,
agree to that.
Wayne. I agree to that
100%.
100%.
Yes. Very, 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 very.
Hi, Kuya Joey,
Kuya
Joey
Joey
Official.
Official.
Good evening.
Hello,
Good
Kuya
evening.
Joey. Patay. Nakamute na sa Ate Lily. Og mustorya si Ate Lily, muiko sa kuha. Sabot ra. For mix. Go and dance. Go and dance. Do the remix. Remix.
What the hell
What
is
the
this?
hell is this?
Filipino. Let's check. Conversation. Oh.
It's useless
It's
also that
useless
if you're
also that
gonna,
if you
if you're gonna
if you're
mute
gonna
it,
mute it,
so you don't hear
so you don't
any of,
hear any of
discussion.
discussion.
Yeah. I think only one person is allowed to your channel, Wops. And then I cannot read the comments na put sound na lang.
Wait, Ate Lily and Nils,
You
I let you both
I let you
talk in the
both
panel
talk
and
on
I'm
the
gonna
panel
be in
and
the
I'm gonna
chat.
be in the chat.
Oh? Kami na hinoy na
Yes,
sa
I'll just
panel.
Yeah, I'll just mute.
Kami na sa panel yung morning live stream, gagi. I'll be the one to check out, like, get out. I'm curious, Kuya
I'm
Joey.
not gonna go
I'm not
down
gonna
though.
go
I'll
down
just
though.
stay
I'll
in the
just stay in
panel,
the
but I'm
panel, but
gonna
I'm
be in the
gonna
chat.
be in the
I'm
chat.
gonna
I'm
mute my
gonna mute my.
I'll be the one in the comment na lang. Because I can't also read the comments, so yeah.
Kuya Joey
So,
Kuya Joey
Official,
Official,
that sounds
that sounds
interesting.
interesting.
what is the story about? How long you've been with your Filipina, Kuya Joey? Who is the prize, you or her? Wait, why it's so quiet? Am I the one who's in here?
Someone has both
Someone has
YouTube and
both
StreamYards
YouTube and
open.
StreamYards open.
No, we
Someone.
don't,
No, we
Brim,
don't,
actually,
Brim,
because we're just
actually, because
using
we're just
Chrome
using
and
phone and
only one
only
tab
one
on
tab
Chrome.
on Chrome.
Mm-hmm.
And for sure,
And
Ate
for
Lily
sure,
and
Ate Lily
Filipino
and
Champs
Filipino
also.
Champs also.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. First time, right? We're having this issue.
So
So
for Kuya
for Kuya
Joey, he said
Joey,
she
he
is the
said she is
prize.
the prize.
Why, Kuya
Her
Joey?
what?
Her what?
His wife.
His wife.
Why you say that she is the prize? How about you? You will also the prize of your wife. So if you're gonna ask both, then they're gonna say like the same. So for me, guys, that
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I've been
that's what they've
doing.
been doing.
just mute when you are not talking.
Pero kung ikaw
Pero kung
magstay
ikaw
agap,
mag-story
wala
agap,
kay
wala
iko.
kay
Pero kung ako
ito. Pero kung
magstay,
ako
na ako
mag-story,
iko.
na ako ito.
Karon wala. Nagkitaran duha. Unya og naa si Ate Lily kitang tulo. Si Ate Lily mag-iko ko diri sa kuha. Ambot nga na. Manuday na. Karon na masad ko ani na yung ani. Basig na double account ba nga naka-open sa imong isa ka phone or what? Muna siya nga kuan balik-balik. What I noticed is this. Wow, it's a long story for Kuya Joey.
Okay, Ate
Okay,
Lily, no problem,
no
Ate
problem,
Lily.
Ate Lily.
Who's money off the panel with the bed? Yeah, I don't know why. Is it there's an echo, eh? So for you, Bobs, who is the prize, men or women?
Okay, Kuya
Okay,
Joey
Kuya
official.
Joey
I think
official. I
he will
think he
join, so
will
I could
join,
let
so
you
I could
join.
let you
See what
join. See
happens.
what
Maybe he can
happens.
be the
Maybe he
answer
can
of
be the
this
answer of
problem.
this problem.
Try it out, try.
Wait.
Wait.
If someone's gonna jump in, like different, then let's try. If it's still like that, good or bad.
There you
How
go.
about
There you go.
awesome man si Kuya Joey?
Okay, welcome here,
Okay,
Kuya
welcome here,
Joey.
Kuya Joey.
Where's Kuya Joey?
Hello.
Hello, Kuya
Hello.
Joey.
Yes.
Miguel of shout out. How are you?
Mabuti, ari
Mabuti,
ka.
ari ka.
Oh, you know how to speak Tagalog. That's really
Opo.
good.
Opo,
Tagalog,
Tagalog,
Tagalog at Bisaya.
Bisaya.
Oh, Bisaya sa di ay.
Ah,
That's good lagi, Guaps. No echo.
Wala siya
Try to
echo?
Wala siya echo?
No.
Ako na alagi.
Ako na lagi.
O sa imo na sina. That's good. Hello!
Ay, gising na
Ay,
ako.
gising na ako.
Gising ka na? Unsang orasan na day diha? Oh, Bisaya.
Hi, Chauncey
Hi,
Adams.
Chauncey.
Good morning.
Good morning.
5 a.m.
5 a.m.
Oh, 5 a.m.
Yeah.
So 3 hours di ay?
So,
What I was
what
gonna
I
say.
was gonna say.
Well, I have a lot
Well,
to
I
say.
have a lot to say, but
I won't.
Okay, go.
I won't.
I guess I'll speak
I guess I'll
English.
speak English.
A lot of your
A lot of your
viewers
viewers
are
are
English speaking.
English speaking.
Sorry, I have a bad
Sorry, I have a
echo
bad
coming
echo
back at me.
coming off of me.
Siya sa naibati.
Yeah, so
Yeah, so
Nagtutuyok na.
we have a
we
lot
have a lot of
of friends
friends
who are
who
Filipino
are
wife
Filipino wife
and American
and
husband.
American husband,
And
and
because
because
I understand
I
Tagalog
understand Tagalog
and Bisaya,
and Bisaya,
when the wives are
when the
talking,
wives are talking,
I understand the
I understand the
conversation.
conversation,
Uh-huh.
And
and you know
they say things
they
there
say
that
things
they don't
there that they
say
don't say
maybe out in the
maybe
open.
out in the open.
Di say bad
You know,
things?
You know,
no,
but you know
the marites,
the marites.
Oh,
you know.
marit.
Yeah,
But
So, yeah.
but
one thing I
one
do
thing I
notice
do
a lot
notice a lot
is that there's a
is
lot
that
of
there's a lot of
American men
American men
who
who
go and meet a
go and
Filipino,
meet a Filipino.
they fall in
They
love,
fall
they
in
get
love, they
married,
get married,
and then they come to
and then they come
America.
to America.
And it's
And
not that the man wants the
it's not that
wife
the man wants the wife
to become an American
to become an
woman,
American woman,
but they don't make any effort
but they don't make any effort
to learn the Filipino
to
culture.
learn the Filipino culture.
And I think that causes
And
a
I
lot
think
of
that causes
issues.
a lot of issues.
It's like everything I
It's like
say comes
everything I
back
say
at me.
comes back at
It's
me.
really
It's really
aggravating.
aggravating.
But yeah,
But yeah, so
I think
I think
a lot of the
a
men
lot of the men
should really
should really
put an effort
put an
into
effort
learning
into learning
the culture.
the
You don't have
culture.
to be able
You
to
don't have
speak
to be
the
able to
language
speak the
fluently,
language fluently,
but at least making
but
an
at least
effort.
making an effort.
And that will,
And that will,
in my own
in my
relationship,
own relationship,
my ability to
my ability to
understand
understand
my wife's culture,
my
how
wife's
she was
culture, how
raised,
she was raised,
the differences in
the
our
differences in
culture
our culture
makes us have a better relationship in that we don't argue as much. There's not as much as misunderstandings. A lot of that is because I speak the language, but even if I didn't, I understand where she's coming from. Why this certain thing makes her mad, why this certain thing makes her upset, why this thing hurts her feelings. Filipino women are not the same as American women. I think that's a big thing. Because when your wife comes here, you expect her to learn the American culture, the American way. But she can't throw away 30 years of her own upbringing and just instantly become that. So that's the first thing I would say is to the men or women if you're marrying a Filipino man, whatever. If you're involved in a person from a different culture, you have to make an effort to learn and understand their culture. And yes, this is much better. There's no more echo. Thank you. I don't know what you did, but it's gone. You have to make an effort but it's not that it's something that you have to do. It should be something that you want to do. If you love that person, you should want to understand more about that person. You should want to understand her culture. You should want to try to learn her language. You should want to know, why do Filipinos put Christmas decorations up in September? You should want to know, and don't make fun of it. That's their tradition. It's called the Burr months. You should want to know, why are Filipinos loud when they get into a room together? To Americans, it's like, oh my God, they're all yelling. They're not. That's just a cultural thing. And they're not being rude. They're not interrupting each other. We think it's interrupting. It's not. Filipinos are very adept at being able to talk to each other at the same time and it's not considered rude to them. It's not that they're not listening to you. It's just that's how they communicate. Yes, it is supposed. Puts on boots says it's supposed to be a natural desire to learn and understand. Yeah, because when you love somebody, when you're involved with somebody, you want to learn more about them, not because you have to or you're supposed to, but because it's a desire. And another thing, and this is just us, but we have 3 children, and we're in America. I feel my children are half American, half Filipino. And I feel it is very important that they learn both of those cultures. So out in the world, they're Americans. They're living an American lifestyle. But when you come into our house, it's like you're in the Philippines. We do the traditional Filipino stuff. We have Filipino food all the time. We're listening to Filipino music, watching Filipino movies. We even watch the news in Philippines. But I just think that's an important thing because, one, that lets your kids know the other half of who they are. But 2, it shows your wife that you care enough that you want to impart that on your kid, on your children. Dwell Steve says that's what makes me different. I have learned a lot of the culture, and it shows when I interact with Nell's family. And it does. And the family will respect you a lot more. I think we just lost the host. You really, and it's really hard we don't think about this, but it's hard for Filipino moms and dads to know that their daughter is marrying an American and moving halfway around the world. They're scared. What's he going to be like? They're 8,000 miles away. How are we going to, whatever. But if you take the time to show them that you do care and you're learning the culture and you're trying to learn the language, it shows that you do care, and they will respect you a lot more for that and feel more comforted with it. My wife's family didn't want her to get married to me at first until we met. And I spent a week with her father, just me and him. We went to a different city. And when we came back, at first he was like, "You're not marrying an American. You're not doing it." When we came back, he was like, "You're marrying this guy. You're not getting out of it now." So it just goes a long way because they have the same fears we do as far as the cultural differences and the distance and all that kind of stuff. Okay, I feel odd just sitting here talking by myself now. What were some questions that you might have on it?
How long have you been married to Filipina again, Kuya Joey?
25 years.
25 years. Wow. Still strong. Good.
Not still strong. Not still strong.
Okay.
Uh, growing stronger every day. You know, there's songs I've heard and I've written. I write songs. I write songs in English and Tagalog and Bisaya. And we I always joke with my wife because I was in the army for 20 years and I was deployed and stuff, and I would always end my letters with "I love you. I'll see you in my dreams." And you know, you call it cheesy or whatever, but my wife is still able to take my breath away when she walks in the room. You know, we got 3 kids. 2 of them are in college, one's a senior in high school. My wife's 11 years older than I am, um, which is different than what happens in most Filipino American relationships. Usually the man is older, but in our case, the woman is she's way older. All right, I better not say that. I'll get in trouble. But yeah, she's 11 years older than me. And honestly, I think that helps our relationship. The fact that she's older. Um, won't get into all that, but she is the prize. She is. Um, I think it's very important that when you have a relationship, you follow the pillars of the relationship. Being in the army, being deployed, being out away a lot, we learned very early on the most important part of a relationship, of course, is love, yes, but in order to build the relationship, communication is the most important factor. And when you're marrying somebody from a different country, even though 98% of Filipinos speak English now, English is not their first language. English is often not even their second language. It's very often the English is their third or fourth language. Um, and yes, while they can speak English, it sometimes is difficult for them to understand our different accents, understand our slang words. If you're talking fast, sometimes they heard what you said, but they may not fully understand what you're trying to say. Communication is the building block of any relationship. It is extremely important. It causes arguments, it causes misunderstandings, it causes trust issues. Without communication, you cannot have trust. Without trust, you cannot have loyalty. And without loyalty, you will not have a strong without those 3 things, you cannot have a strong relationship that is growing all the time. I think that's one of the problems we have in today's society where we see the divorce rate in America is ridiculous. Um, and I think it's partly because those 3 things weren't fully solid, but I also think it's because people think, "Oh, we meet, we go on a date a few times. Okay, now we're seriously dating. Okay, now we're falling in love, and now we're married. Okay, now what?" The thing is, there's a lot of now whats. I think people get complacent in their relationships and don't find ways to continually fall in love with each other over and over again. You want to know the secret to a good relationship? A long marriage, that's it. Find ways to fall in love over and over again.
Grain, Kuya Joey official. If that works for you, then that's great. However, after 25 years, you must know that what you are describing is very unique indeed. Yeah,
Why is it unique
very
though?
big.
Why is it unique? I don't think
So what do you think, Kuya Jay? What will be the problem for like expat and a Filipina? You know, non-Filipino and a Filipino marriages that's not being successful. What do you think is the problem?
you're talking about an expat like the Filipino, the American is living in the Philippines. I think the same problems. I think that the Filipina needs to really take into thought that this is a completely different culture. This is completely different surroundings for him. And while he may be excited to live there, just like my wife is excited to, one thing that helped us out, I'm sorry, we were in the army. We got married. We didn't come straight to America. We lived in Korea for 2 years, and then we lived in Japan for 7 years. Um, and we were completely isolated from our families. I think that if you can do that, that may be one of the best things you could possibly do for a relationship. Completely isolate yourself from family. And we were married early on when the internet really wasn't a big thing. You know, it existed, but nobody hardly had it. Um, so we were completely isolated. We had to count on each other for everything. And that built our relationship super strong. As far as the expat going to the Philippines, like you asked, I think it's the same thing, just in reverse. The Filipina needs to realize, and her family, her support group needs to realize this is a completely uncomfortable situation for him. And while he may enjoy it and may be excited to live there, there's still a volumes of things that he needs to learn and be able to accept, or know the things that he can't change or can't adapt to, and work on those things. Patience, patience, not only on his part, but especially on her part. And it's the opposite in America. If y'all come to America, he needs to have patience with her adapting. I would say, yeah, puts on boots says it's unique for today's standards. I would agree with it if you put it like that. I don't think it's unique in the fact that what I explained is Frank, I was 21. She was 32.
Wow. So I think I think it's more successful if the woman is matured rather than a woman is, you know.
I think
What do you
it's more
think, Kuya Joe?
successful if both people are matured.
Oh yeah.
Um, for me, I was always attracted to older women. I like a woman who knew what she wanted, didn't play games, knew what she didn't want, and had no problems telling me those things. And trust me when I say my wife is Bisaya. She has no problems telling you if something is that she doesn't like. And that's another thing for American men to understand. Filipinos have a Filipino culture. There's a national culture. But what you really need to understand is there are subcultural differences too. A woman from the Philippines that is from La Union has a whole different tradition and culture than somebody who is from Davao, who is Bisaya, somebody who is from Manila, somebody who is from Zamboanga. They have completely different cultures. While there is a Filipino culture, it's kind of like being in America a little bit, where the cultures are different from the southeast to like California or New York, but it's even on a higher degree. because there are completely different cultures in those regions. The food is different, the language is different, um, the way they celebrate things are different.
Yes, actually, Philippines is diverse country. We have different, you know, aside from having different languages, dialects, but yeah, we
Yeah,
do have different foods, everything, how we celebrate, superstitious beliefs whatsoever. And mind you, Kuya Jay, I do agree 100% when you said, um, if you can isolate, you know, I assume that you're talking about when you're having family, your own family with your Filipina. As I also agree when you said isolate yourself from, you know, the extended family. Just be your own.
yeah. Like there's now, okay, so hold on. This is a big cultural difference. In America, it is quite common. You turn 18 years old, boom, you're out on your own. You get your own place, whatever. In the Philippines, it's very different, where it's very common to have compounds. Mom and dad's house is here, and then you get married, and you still live there in that same house, even though you're married. And then maybe you build a house next to it, or you buy the house next to it, and they put a fence around it, and you still eat dinner and all this kind of stuff. I don't mean that you have to be physically separated from your family. What I'm saying now, we were in Japan, but we were in it when it came to our relationship. We didn't. If we got in an argument, my wife didn't run to her mom and say, "Oh my God, can you believe that he did this and did that and blah blah blah." And if she did, her mom would say, "Be quiet. That's your husband. Work it out. Deal with it." We didn't have that whole they're talking, the sisters are talking, and no, there was none of that. Um, so I mean, I'm not talking about separation from family physically. I'm just saying, in that part of your relationship, that's your place. You work it out together. Filipinos are tribal. The country is very diverse. They are tribal. Um, that's actually where all the different dialects come from. Um, it wasn't until even when the Spanish was ruling the Philippines, they were still tribal. Um, I me and my here, I'll just say this: me and my wife met, um, and I quickly realized that she was something different to me, and I wanted to. And then early on, we would have arguments or misunderstandings. I didn't speak the language at all. Um, I didn't understand the culture. So I said, you know what? I'm going to at least try to learn the basic phrases in Tagalog so that we can speak, you know. Maybe that'll make her happy, whatever. So I did, and I continued to learn. And then I was like, oh, well, this is cool. So, in the book I was learning from, it would give you like cultural things or historical things. So I went and I really started to learn a lot about the culture. And then I got addicted to learning about the history of the Philippines. And what really happened to me was I was learning Tagalog, the culture, and the history so that I could get closer to my wife, and I did, and it worked. But what happened was I fell in love with the Filipino people and the culture and the history. It was just amazing to me. Um, but in that, I realized that there's so many cultural differences because we had friends from all over. Um, and that was fascinating to me that it's a country, if you put all the land together, 7,000 islands or something, if you put all of the land together, it's smaller than the state of California. but there's a vast difference in their culture, and it's amazing. It's intriguing to me. Do you have to do that to have a successful relationship? Absolutely not. Um, but why not take the time to learn just little bitty things? That's another thing in a relationship that I've learned. You know, everybody's always worried about the big things in their relationships. And I've learned over the years that the most important things in your relationships are the small, seemingly unimportant everyday events. The kiss before you go to work. The, hey babe, how was your day when she comes home? Taking the trash out. Stupid little stuff that you don't think that matters. If you ignore those little bitty things, they become the big things.
So, okay, Ate Lily, do you have any questions?
No, I'm just listening.
I have a question. Miss Mami, taga saan ka? Sa Pinas.
Ako? Me?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm from Cebu, in Lapu-Lapu City.
oh, Lapu-Lapu.
Yeah, you've been here?
I have not been to Lapu-Lapu, no, but I do know about
Uh,
Lapu-Lapu.
oh
Um,
yeah, because we have here the Mactan International Airport.
yeah,
So how about Cebu? Have you been at least in Cebu?
I have, yes.
Okay.
Mawa, asawa ko
So,
gikan, asawa ko gikan
ano?
Davao.
Ah, you're from Davao.
Oh.
Good. Oh, I love Davao.
Arika, is it Lily Beth?
Hi.
Yes, Lelevet.
Hi. Ikinagagalak itong kumakilala.
Ikinagagalak ko rin na makilala ka, Ginoong KJ.
So, taga saan ka?
Originally, I'm from Negros Occidental, but I stay here in Paranaque, Metro Manila.
Yeah. So, Negros Oriental. That's Bisaya. Tama ba?
Yeah, Bisaya. But
Yeah.
my dialect
I
is
know.
not Cebuano,
Is
it's
Bisaya, is
Hiligaynon.
Bisaya or I was about to
Yeah,
say Hiligaynon. Yeah.
yeah. I'm from Bisaya, but my dialect is Hiligaynon. But uh,
Hiligaynon. It's very similar to Dabueño actually.
no, it's
Hiligaynon.
similar to Iloilo, because
Yeah, yeah, it
kasabot.
sounds like you're singing a song. So,
Sabot
for
man
those of you,
mi.
this is another cultural thing for you guys who don't know. Okay, so we have two Bisaya women, and the other lady, I didn't catch her name. What was her name? Hello, anong pangalan mo?
Wait. Oh, yeah, you're talking to me?
No,
Or
Ni
Chamsky? Okay.
I guess Tramsky. Yeah, Bisaya ka
What?
ba?
Hello, KJ. What's up?
Hi.
Taga Cebu ako. Diri sa Danao.
Okay, so
Okay, so
guys,
guys,
we have three
we have
Bisaya
three
women here.
Messiah women here.
I'm gonna tell you
I'm
that's
gonna tell you
dangerous.
that's dangerous.
I'm joking,
I'm joking.
but
But
there is a difference, especially between. Okay, you can group basically this. You can say Filipino women, which is the Tagalogs, the Ilocanos, Pampangans, all that, and then you have the Bisayan group. The Bisaya language is very strong. The words are pronounced very strongly compared to Tagalog or whatever, with the exception of Iloilo. So when you hear them speak, sometimes it seems like they're mad or they're upset or angry, and they're not. It's just the way that they have learned how to speak in their accent. People like Iloilo, they can be as mad as they've ever been in their life, and it sounds like they're singing you a love song. So those are some of the little things that you kind of really have to pay attention to. Um, but what did he say?
Yeah, that's the way I am. You can't really hear that, the way the sounds of my voice. I'm really angry, but you can't really tell that. It's just like there's a saying in my town, KJ, that we're very upset, furious towards the person that we gonna kill, but you don't really sin on our face that we're furious
Yeah,
towards that person.
yeah, yeah. Like Iloilo is mad at you. They're like, "I'm so mad at you. I wanna punch you in the face." It's just like they're so cute. But all right, so I don't know how to say his name. Garame. When I learned Filipino history, I found out that most of the locals have no clue about their own history. Now, I do agree because it's quite often said, and I'm a little embarrassed by it when I go on the streams or whatever and talk to people. They're like, "Oh my God, you know more about the Filipino history than I do." But I will say, is it really that different in America? How many Americans do you know that don't know crap about our history? And it's because
A lot.
they learn what they have to learn in school to pass. And then the teachers don't really teach much beyond what needs to be learned.
Okay, so let me stop you for a while, KJ, because you're speaking about history, like particularly American history. I can say no, they don't learn a lot because some of history in school they don't really tell,
Yeah,
particularly the history of a Black American. They don't really tell that.
you want to have your mind blown. You want to really get your mind blown, guys. You need to go study the history of Filipino Americans.
Yeah,
Filipino Americans have had more of an impact in America than any other um, outside, race. It's crazy. I didn't, learning it. Most of the California towns are Spanish names, but most of them were named after Filipinos. Um, some of the first Filipinos that came to America settled in outside of Louisiana, outside of New Orleans in Louisiana. They brought the entire shrimping and lobster industry to America. Um, the migrant farmers in Hawaii and in California on the West Coast, the fishing industry in the Pacific Northwest, all was done by Filipinos completely, and it's just amazing. Yeah, Americans, like she said, we don't learn our own history. We only learn what is presented to us in the school. School isn't designed to teach us everything. It's designed to teach you how to learn. You have to go out and figure most of it on your own. And it's the same in the Philippines. A lot of them
yeah.
learn what they need to learn, and then there's other things that they have to learn
Mm-hmm.
beyond that.
Right. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's just like the history about, the Filipino soldiers in American soldiers. It happens in Cabanatuan during the World War II. So very, very sad story. But like like you said that, American, they don't really know that history. And some Filipino, they don't also know the history about, the Cabanatuan
Yeah,
uh
Cabanatuan.
history.
If you
Yeah.
guys ever go to Manila, outside of Manila Bay, You can take a boat ride. It's about a 30-minute boat ride to Corregidor Island. A massive World War II battle was fought there. But she's talking about Cabanatuan, which is about a 3-hour bus ride from Manila. Cabanatuan was the site of the most successful rescue mission in American history of prisoners of war. There were prisoners of war there from the Bataan Death March. They were there for like 3 years. And one thing, they give credit to the American soldiers who did it, but that rescue mission would not have been possible without the Filipino soldiers that were there fighting with us.
Exactly. Would you mind, TG? Are you white American or black American? Oh, yes.
Puti ako. Parang,
Puti ka. Okay,
parang,
puti ka.
parang puto kasi puti
I
sa
didn't
lahat.
see that.
Puto ka? Puto
No,
tikoy?
I'm puto kasi I'm white on the outside pero puno
Brown inside.
but Filipino, yeah, inside.
Okay. You scared me because I'm waiting for you to tell and then it suddenly you
I
open your
scared you
cam.
because I'm pangit. Oh my god, I scared you because I'm pangit.
No, don't say that. Everyone has look. Okay.
KJ, you know that history is about white people in the USA. History forever has been written by the victors. And I don't always mean a victor of war, but whoever's the wealthiest, whoever wins a war, whatever, they're the ones who win. There's a lot of Filipino history that is just will shock Filipinos. All Filipinos learn that Ferdinand Magellan came to the Philippines and he tried to take it over, and he was killed by
Lapu-Lapu.
Lapu-Lapu. And they're like, oh, Lapu-Lapu was this great hero and, wonderful guy fighting for Filipinos. And then you learn the truth that Lapu-Lapu was a mercenary, and he killed more Filipinos than he did Spanish.
Actually, KJ, the history of Lapu-Lapu is not really written on the book, how he became a Lapu-Lapu, okay, how
Right.
he became. But it's just like, it's just like a summarized story about him. But we don't really know about his how he become Lapu-Lapu, how he become, went to Cebu City.
Yeah,
So,
because
his
he was a
ancestral. So we don't really
Lapu-Lapu
know
was
about him.
what's the word? Lactan?
Yeah, Mactan.
Um,
Because that's what happened, the Magellan in Lapu-Lapu in Mactan.
yeah. And Lapu-Lapu actually is not the one who killed Magellan. It was his men. But
Yeah.
whatever.
But he's the one who cut the neck
Hmm.
of Magellan to show
But
that,
one of the things that they don't like to talk about, and Americans do this too, our history books, we tell all of the great things that Americans did. We did this and this, and then we really kind of shy away
can I
from
have some, Frank?
really kind of shy away from teaching the things that we're embarrassed about.
Yeah.
And the same with the Philippines. You go to the Philippines, you're like, what's the biggest thing you can tell me about your history? And the first person they're going to tell you about is their national hero.
Yeah. So
And
for us is Lapu-Lapu is the prize.
yeah,
Because he fought for our country, so he's the prize. He gave values Filipino people, so he's the
right.
prize.
He did, and in that battle he did. But and that's where I was going. They don't like to teach that Lapu-Lapu was a mercenary and he would be hired by a lot of other tribes to come fight. or he would be hired by the Spanish later on to go and kill Filipinos as the Spanish came. It was, I mean, it's just things that they don't like to teach. But if you go and read, you'll find out those things. And but we
Yeah,
do the
but
same thing. A lot of the times, our heroes we turn into these almost untouchable human beings, but they were human beings. They made mistakes. They did things. Um, Garame says there's history and then there's myth.
So we are, so we're back to the topic. We're gonna
so
back to the
we
topic.
can proceed to another question, Miss Money, because we already done about the price.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
we're
we've
gonna
been we've been talking about the price
yeah,
actually.
yeah, we've been talking
So
too long about the price. So
okay.
But I think one thing,
So you're good.
if you're interested in learning stuff, the Philippines has one of the biggest and most interesting mythological or um before the Filipinos became Catholic, they had their mythological gods or their creator gods and stuff, Bathala and
yeah,
all that kind of stuff, and it's just
Well,
fascinating. If you
Anito,
think the huh?
Anito, not Bathala, Anito.
Well, it depends on where you're at. They call them
Well,
different. Yeah,
Bathala is just like for a Filipino Muslim, but for Filipino, we would call that Anito.
right. And it's just
well,
fascinating. If you think
before before colonize, we have our own like
An-
religious, but it's
Anito.
all most of us are like nature.
yeah, it was like that, like
The god.
Diwatas, like Diwatas. There's these things called Diwatas. There's spirits that
Uh,
live in the mountains, like Maria Makiling and Maria
yeah,
what
yeah. It was all about nature.
Calcor, and
Yeah.
but it's just fascinating. If you think the Greeks and the Romans had a lot of gods, you should go look at the Philippines because they got
Yeah.
thousands of them. And
We have also Tikbalang, Miss Man.
the Tikbalang and the
Aswang.
Aswang, the
Well, that's
Mananangkal, the
We
Tiyanak,
have also Sigbin.
Sigbin, yeah, or where my so Sigbin's guys is and most of these are actually kind of related to the European things. Like the Tikbalang is it's a human body with a horse head, and
uh-huh.
the
Centaur.
yeah, it's like a minotaur, and the Angitai is the female version. It's a horse body with a female's upper torso and a unicorn sticking out of her forehead. Um, but yeah, it's just fascinating. They have all these, and every different area has a different thing. Like the big thing where my wife is from is the Wak Wak, um,
Oh yeah. the
and
wak wak thing.
it's named the Wak Wak because that's what its wing sounds like when it's flying. Wak,
Wak wak
wak,
means in
wak.
that's aswang.
Yeah,
So
But you know what?
actually, I think we've not really finished. I have my questions and all that.
yeah. What's your questions?
So, do you
Oh,
think, KJ, based on that you've been staying here in Philippines, I think how many years you've been here in
We've
Philippines?
never lived in the Philippines.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry.
We
So, do
lived
you
in
think?
Korea, Japan, and America.
Oh yeah. I thought you. I
Oh,
thought you
do I
were.
think what though? I mean, we've been there many, many times, but
Hmm.
we don't
Yeah,
have
it's
a.
amazing how you learn a lot of languages, different languages here in Philippines, and yet you're not really like staying so long here.
Actually, I speak 3 languages of the Philippines. It's kind of crazy.
Oh yeah. So do you think that this kind of words like women? Do you believe? I mean, have you noticed that Filipinas really care about who is the prize, or in a relationship? Have you noticed that?
Um, Mm.
Compared to like women in the West, like
You know
they
what
really
I've
save
noticed. You
themselves.
know what
So,
I've noticed
uh-huh,
about in the Philippines. The culture is in the old days was much like it was in American old days. The man was the one going out and working in the fields, and the woman was the one in the house taking care of the children, preparing the meals and
uh-huh,
stuff like that. But in today's society, that doesn't exist as much anymore like that.
uh-huh.
It exists more like that than it does in America, but we often see. Does anybody know? I'm gonna say, does anybody know in the chat or any of the hosts what the number one export of the Philippines is? Does anybody know?
Come again?
What is the number one export of the Philippines?
I think banana. That's been the number one export. No, the manpower.
Puts on boots is correct.
OFW,
OFW,
yes.
overseas Filipino workers, is the number one
Yeah,
export.
that's what I said. Manpower services.
And 80% of OFWs are are women. Most of them are mothers. The average contract
Yeah.
is 2 to 4 years, but you guys know as well as I do that most of these women are staying overseas for 10, 15 years. And it's not because the men don't want to do it, it's because the people who are hiring them don't want men. They want women for caretakers, for all this kind of stuff. So, what's happening to your culture right now is kind of really bad. During the 90s, they pushed the OFW thing so much that they became reliant upon it. And now what's happening is your best and brightest doctors and lawyers and engineers are leaving the Philippines. And your moms are leaving the Philippines to go work overseas, being raised by the dads to take care of all the home stuff. So, no, I think in today's world, that whole prize thing, like who's the one at home, I don't think, I think those lines have been blurred. But I will say this, saying all that, if you look, and I don't mean to sound like I'm trashing my own country because I'm not, but in America, we say family first. In the Philippines, they live it.
Yeah, 100% correct.
Yeah, I agree what you said because that's what also, that's what also my husband KJ told me that, American people, they don't leave their family, go work. So if they're gonna work, okay, it's like, like a soldiers, you always bring your, and even, if you're not, men in uniform, they always wanted to bring with their family. But sad to say that, that's different side of Filipino. We always leave our family, to go job abroad. So
Yeah,
that's, that's the thing that, I have also, that, I wish that, my people can able to do that, to bring their family when they work abroad. But it's just like, the system is not really in favor of that.
yeah.
That's the problem.
I think also another part, looking at Garame's thing, he doesn't need to be wealthy, he just needs to be responsible. A big problem in the Philippines is the men really need to work on their fidelity, on their loyalty to their wives. That's a huge issue I hear about and see a lot is there's a lot of infidelity going on. And The Philippines doesn't have divorce. So what you end up having is split homes a lot. Is it any
Yeah, we
different
have
in America?
annulment.
Yeah, they have annulments, but I think those are kind of hard to get, right?
Oh yeah, it
Yeah,
costs a lot of money.
yeah. So
And
what
if
ends
the
up happening?
government,
What ended up happening a lot of times is the couple stays married, but they just don't live together, and it's kind of a hard situation for them. At least in America, if something like that happens, you are able to do the divorce. We don't believe in. I don't believe in divorce. I'm Catholic, but whatever. At least in America, that a option is available, and I think they're trying to make it available in the Philippines. I think they're trying to make it legal now, but
well, it takes two to tango. But
yeah,
like I mentioned, it's just like it's all about the system. It's the system because a lot, a lot of countries they don't allow, like Filipino. I think there's a discrimination also. There's a discrimination also about that uh because a lot of countries, in Middle East, they don't allow just a few,
yeah,
especially if you're the job is domestic helper. They don't,
right,
because so there's a for me there's a discrimination because look, in the in the United States, they cannot refuse to say no to American people because they know that there's a big source of um, power that they can able to get from the United States. Okay,
yeah.
especially if those Arab countries. So they don't. But unlike Philippines, like just like here's the thing that we're alliance of American. It's just like after World War II, American, United States allowed Japanese people to go just only the passport, okay? But they're not alliance, okay? So American, and what happened that
Mm,
during the Pearl
yeah.
Harbor attack. So it's just like it's unfair to us for Filipino going to the United States need a visa. We cannot go to the United States just only a passport because I can see there's a racist thing. There's a racist thing because we're alliance, right? So you have to give us privilege instead giving privilege to Japanese people because we're alliance.
Well,
So I don't know why it's like that. It's
this is
same
going to
way,
not be a
KJ.
popular thing to say. This is not going to be a popular thing to say. But America has a history of treating Filipinos pretty badly. Um, there was this whole thing in the early 1900s called the pensionados, and it was like, okay, we're gonna bring all these Filipinos to America and let them go to college. Well, they all came here, thousands of them, and then the American passed a law. Yeah, that's not happening anymore. And then all of these Filipinos, thousands of Filipinos, were stuck in America, and they became the migrant farmers. And then had whole cities, and every time they would build a city, the American government would take over that city and push them all out. There's a whole bunch of stuff. But back to her question, though, who's the prize now? There is not
There is
one.
not one.
There's not a
There's not a.
hello.
Hello.
I don't think in this modern society in the Philippines, I don't think there is like that prize thing. I think it's both equally. I think both are just like in America. The wives are going out and getting jobs. The wives are bringing home. My wife makes more money than I do. I don't have a problem with it. Um, I love that she's making more money than I am. Um, she's she's providing for our family. We are both providing for our family. I don't think one of us is the prize and the other one is not. I don't really think that. Um, but I think that you should try. I think that you should try to be the prize to her. And I think that she should try to be the prize to you. I think the problem is not fidelity because it's not just Philippines. Commitment is too much work for a lot of people, and also poverty comes to play. Filipinos have a big problem with the system. Yeah, and that's what I was talking about with the OFW thing. In the '90s, the government was really pushing people to be OFWs. Go be an OFW. It's good for your country. It's good for our economy. And then what happened is the Filipino economy really became dependent upon OFWs. And now it's to the point where it's a huge problem where they really have to push people to go become OFWs because the best people who were lawyers, the best doctors, the best engineers, the best this and that went to America, went to England, went to Australia, went to all these other countries to work. And now it's just like we don't have jobs for them in the Philippines.
Yeah,
That's the,
because the problem here, KJ, is they don't get enough. They don't get enough paid for their for their service. So it's just like for regular Filipinos, send their children in college is not really it's not easy. It sometimes they just gonna they just eat, but they don't do that because they have to they have to give to their children. So it's just like as a children, you want to really help your family, your parents, especially. You can see that your parents skip lunch, skip dinner just to give money to send you to college. So of course they have to go to abroad just to pay back the hard time, the effort of their parents to to send them college. But the problem is the employment. And well, it's just like maybe I can tell the the government, they
yeah,
don't really pay attention about the employment thing. But we don't really gonna talk about that because we really try to avoid talking that on online because
yeah.
uh
And
it,
Gadame, I apologize if I'm butchering your name. Um, he says there are plenty of Filipino family men. Widespread infidelity is the myth perpetrated mostly by rejected women. I have good family locals living all around me. Most have been married with their solid for years. Yeah, I and if I said it in a way that misled, I may have said it wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm definitely not saying that all Filipino men are have infidelity problems. I'm saying that it infidelity in the Philippines is a problem, and it has been for years. But there I would imagine there's more men being cheating than there are women who are cheating. Same in America. Does that mean women don't cheat? No, it doesn't mean that.
well
That's right, Graham. I always suggest foreigners come and live here. Spend some time and see for yourself instead of listening to chismosa.
Exactly. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
and even
right,
if you
Graham.
don't, even if you don't live there, I mean, we make it a point to go home as often as I see. I even call it home, and I live in. But we make it a point to go as often as possible. Mainly, the main reason is for our children, because going back to that, I want them to learn both cultures. I want them to have some kind of connection with their American side and their Filipino side. Probably just a small percentage of some men pumping and dumping multiple. Maybe. Um,
oh, boots and boots. Miss Manny, where are you? Are you there?
I think the Philippines has the
I'm
same.
here, Ate. I'm here. Still here.
Okay.
I think the Philippines has the same problems America has, and pretty much every other country has. People, regardless of their culture, are more alike than we are different. Filipinos have the same fears and desires that we do, you know.
From Eyes on YouTube. Infidelity is just a person having personal issues. I can name some, but there's too many layers, I feel like. From Eyes.
Infidelity to me is simple. You convinced yourself you were in love with this person and you weren't. Or you were in love with this person and you became complacent and then you fell out of love. Falling out of love is a real thing. And if you don't continuously work, a relationship is hard work. I don't care how much you're in love with each other, you have to work at the relationship. You have to constantly build and make it better. And if you don't, it's going to get weaker and weaker. And it takes both people. It's not just the man that has to work, or it's not just the woman that has to put it. No, both people equally have to put in.
Yeah, the I think the wrong with some people is like, they're not really serious with the commitment, or like,
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
think people nowadays especially rush into getting married too fast. We know people who met each other and 3 months later they're getting married. It's like, what are you talking about? Ice, yes, I've been married. We've been married for 25 years. My wife's Filipina. But it's just people today, like, you guys are going to laugh. Me and my wife didn't kiss until our first kiss was on our 8th date. Our first 6 dates had chaperones with us, other Filipino women that were with us. Like, we didn't
So
go on
from
a
Graham, he said, okay.
do what?
No, I mean, go on. Sorry.
Relationships are not like the movies. They can be.
I think I'm just gonna close my camera because I think it consumes too much bandwidth. My phone cannot handle it.
Ah,
I forget who said it. I've lost it, but somebody said relationships are not like the movies. Yeah, you're right. But why can't they be? And I think Frank makes a good point. I think people rush into these marriages, into relationships, because they think they're in love. And I'll be honest and say I thought I was in love many times before I met my wife. And then when I met my wife, that was the first time I was like, "Oh my god, I'm in love. I love her. This is different than all the other times that I thought I was in love."
what's love?
So, care to share how do you able to like what makes you decide that you're with the right woman when you met your wife or started talking to your wife?
I knew almost instantly with her. It was different. Like with every
Why?
other woman.
What did you see, or how did you like in what part that, or what event or what moment that you knew it is her?
Well, I'll say with every other woman, it seemed like I had to work at it. Like I was working at
Um,
making her like me. I was almost
uh-huh.
not being me, but with her, and I think a big key thing is every other time I was looking for a relationship. When I met my wife, I wasn't looking. I wasn't interested in being in a
Mm-hmm.
relationship at that time. And
Uh,
we met, and it was
I
just
think it made you feel like you're not, when you met her, or the moment that you know her, you feel like you don't need anymore. Like you're really focus, your attention is 100% to her. You
Yeah,
see no choices anymore.
it was just like I don't believe in love at first sight. I don't believe that's a thing. I
Mhm.
believe in infatuation at first sight. I believe it lust at first sight, but I don't believe in
It is
love at first.
attraction at first sight.
Yeah. Now, is
Well,
physical attraction important?
last at
Yes,
first sight.
but it's
Yeah,
very low on the it's very low on the ranking
Yeah,
system
a lot
because
of
I
it
do
people,
doesn't.
believe with lust at first sight.
a lot of people do that, Miss Manny. I agree with that. Last, last at first
Well,
sight.
that's, I mean, I agree with that too. You know, it's not always love.
No,
Yeah, that's lust. Love, a lot.
love isn't something. You know, here's
We're
the
not
thing.
high
We're
schoolers, so high schoolers here, so we're aware.
we're talking a lot about love, but you know what? In a relationship, you know what the easiest thing is? The easiest part of a relationship. You know what it is? Love. Love is the easiest part of a relationship. It comes
Uh,
natural to us. We're born into the world, and the first emotion that the majority of us experience is love. Love from your mother, love from
mhm.
your father, your brothers, your sisters, your family. Love is natural. But that's not
Yes.
what makes relationships work. Love isn't what makes relationships work. It's the foundation, but you have to work at relationships to make them work. You have to have that communication. You have to be able to communicate with each other. You have to build the
Oh, I
trust.
like this comment from Grain. My goodness, my phone's going crazy now, guys.
Yeah, love is over.
So Grain said love is overrated. Find attraction, mutual respect, and communication, and love will develop. Good bonding takes time. Yes, Grain,
I agree with all of
100%.
that except for the overrated part. I don't think it's overrated. I think it's just we focus.
Well, because some people just use love, just to get along, just to create a relationship. But actually, they say that it's love. But when the time comes, the worst happen, or like it's not always good times, of course. So when bad times happen, somebody's just give up. They're not going to fix it. So where is the love? So love is overrated just to create a relationship.
So Ice asked a
But there is no
question.
mutual understand. I mean, okay.
Ice asked a question. What is love at this point in your life? Well, at this point in my life, love is a lot of things. It's a commitment that I made and that I wish to cherish and honor. It's it's a feeling of security that I share with her. It's it's uh it's seeing my children. Because when I see my children, I see them as individuals, yes, but I see them as part of us. Um,
Uh-huh.
but I think what love is to me right now the most is the promise of tomorrow
Yeah,
with
correct.
my wife. It's the knowing that we're moving forward together, and that no matter what happens, we have each other, and it's that comfort.
Mm.
What's love to you?
Well, well, it's
So I
just,
think that's the prize,
well,
for
for
having
me is,
the, yeah.
go ahead, Miss Manny.
No, nothing, nothing.
For me, it's just like if there's a, I'm gonna pick like, because love will, like no matter what, no matter what you like the person, but love, it's, there's a tendency that love will vanish. So for me, it's just like I prefer to choose like, because no matter what, you like that person, you know. So if love is gone, you're nothing.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. So
Love
somebody
in a
said
mysterious way.
Canadian bread and Filipino honey.
It's just an easy chair.
Says love is hard to find and harder to keep simmering for years. Um, I agree that love is hard to find, but if you find true love, I don't think it's harder. It's like compounding interest. If
Yeah,
you
it's
if
just
you're with
like
the right person, it's like compounding interest.
what
You're,
is really
I think, to,
love,
uh-huh.
because you cannot really say, love if you don't know, if you don't know how to share love. So how can you, how can you say that this is
I think
love?
that's a really good point. I think the
You
problem
know,
with love, like I said, is easy, but I think there's a lot of people who either don't know or just are not comfortable or maybe are not experienced enough to show love, but also to accept it. People say people are scared of commitment, and I think that's less of an issue than people just don't know how to handle love.
love is a mysterious way.
I think it's also with, it depends on a person's kind of personality, character, that how he or she handles the commitment, especially if there's already a commitment. So there's just some people too weak. Their character is just too weak. They gotta forget to value the commitment, or if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Junior, yeah,
Hi,
a lot of
Filipina
people
Lancho
mistake love
That's
channel.
for
true.
love.
Yes. Hi, Filipina Iliansha's channel. Hi, welcome here.
But as far so we were originally discussing like I think we were originally discussing like Filipino and American. Um, love is love. Communication is very important, and really understanding the differences between your cultures is extremely important. Like, oh, and what I was gonna say earlier is like we were at a party about a month ago, and I was sitting in the kitchen and I was listening to one of the ladies talk about her husband, and they've been married for like 5 years, and she was just so upset because he had no desire to learn anything about the Philippines, and he wanted her to learn everything about being an American. And he didn't like, you know, karaoke is a big thing in the Filipino culture, and it aggravated him. And then he don't want to eat Filipino food. I mean, it was just like everything that she was, he didn't like, and it just made her feel so lost and not knowing what to do. And I wonder how many people are going through that. Can you love two people at the same time? I think no.
Yeah, me also.
No, I don't
According
also, yeah, I also don't agree to that.
according to wise men, if you love just one is
Hmm.
enough. Okay, one is
Yes,
enough.
no sharing.
Yeah, according to my wise men, just love one person.
You can't, especially when you already have family, the time, it must have the quality time. And how can you give the quality time with so many people in it? Like
Okay, here's
two two person.
here's the thing that goes on my mind, Miss Money, because okay, she asked, can you love? So, because a person, so this is because you can love you can love your parents, your siblings, your nieces, your nephews. But if you're talking about for couple, I would say one.
You know, okay, so we talked about communication, loyalty, and trust. There's
Hello,
other,
Bayu Belly.
there's other pillars of a relationship that are just as important. One is your faith, sharing faith together, your belief in God and all that kind of stuff. But there's two other ones that people really don't like to talk about, and it's physical intimacy and emotional intimacy. And if you're in love with somebody, yeah, physical intimacy, while it may be the most fun of the pillars of a relationship, is actually the least important. And probably along with communication, equally as important is emotional intimacy. If you are in love with somebody, there's not enough time in the day to be connected, emotionally intimate with a person, with just one person. How you could possibly even try to do it with two people is beyond me. Because emotional intimacy takes every bit of the time that you're sharing with that person, and even the time that you're not with that person.
Congratulations, Bayu Belly, for 2 years anniversary with your loving mate. Congrats. You know.
Yeah, Frank, I think she was asking about being in love with a person, like romantically. That's a whole difference too.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
whole difference
Yeah,
too.
when we talk about romantically,
Yeah,
no
because you
sharing.
can you can love a person and not be in love with that person.
Yeah. So it's just like that's why I mentioned about what kind of love, because for for girlfriend and boyfriend, or for husband and wife. So of course nobody wants to another person that a person will love.
See,
So yeah,
this is a
one.
this is
So
a problem of semantics. This is where the English language sucks. The English language only has that one word for that emotion, and it's love. You look at Tagalog, they have numerous words for love, depending on the degree, depending on who it is that you're loving. They have different words, different for those emotions. In English, we only have the one word, love. So I think that's a confusing point because if we're speaking English, love is the only way we can express the variety of emotions in that one word. But in Tagalog, there's many different ways to explain that emotional feeling.
well, it depends how you use the in situation, KJ. So if you're gonna use in and husband and wife, of course nobody wants to another
Yeah.
another person to be loved. But if you're talking about family, of course you want.
So
Thank you, Miss Manny.
So you guys have asked me and asked me if I'm married. What about you? Are you married? Are you romantically involved or
I'm married to American. So we've been married for almost 5 years. So we're happily
and you're in
married.
the Philippines?
Yep. So I have, well, we really enjoy, we really enjoy our company together. And then, I still enjoy, I'm not rushing go to the United States because I
Don't.
know, I
Don't.
know what's going on there.
Yeah.
So
Life
we just, we
I,
enjoy, and also my husband
I think
enjoy.
life is easier in the Philippines, honestly. It's less stressful. I don't want to say easier. I think there's less stress in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Not to say that Philippines isn't stressful. I'm just saying it's less. Why you
Yeah.
got a CR on relationship question? If this was TV, we'd be seeing an ad for travel tickets to the Philippines. No kidding. All my ads on YouTube are in Tagalog. Like I get the McDonald's with oh, what's his name? The bald headed guy.
So you
Boy,
mean KJ, you have channel?
do I have a channel?
Yeah, on YouTube.
Yeah. Uh, so on my channel, Kuya Joey official channel, it's all
Ah, okay.
about
I'm gonna check that later after the show.
yeah, it's all about it's growing Filipino. See, the problem, I live in Alabama, and there's
Okay.
not a huge amount of Filipinos here. So getting Filipino food is kind of difficult. We have to drive 3 hours to get to a store. So years ago, I decided I'm just going to grow Filipino vegetables so that my wife can make her dishes. So a lot of my videos are on growing Filipino vegetables in America.
Okay.
Um, and then I used to do, and I don't have time for it now, but I used to teach Tagalog to Americans who were dating Filipinos. Manny, next question na tayo. I think she's in the CR.
But you use already, Filipino food, KJ?
That's all we eat.
How you rate Filipino food? How you rate Filipino food?
It's good.
Oh yeah.
There's only two
I'm
things
glad.
there's only two things I don't eat.
Balut?
No, I eat balut.
Oh, surprise. I'm surprised you ate balut. A lot of Western men, they
You
don't
know,
really eat
on our
balut.
first date, on our very first date, my wife took me to a Toro Toro restaurant, and I didn't know what to order, so she ordered me dinuguan and told me it was chocolate rice. Yeah, which I love it. Dinuguan is one of my
Oh, I
favorites.
love dinuguan,
Yeah.
That's blood stew, pork
Now
blood stew.
there's two things I don't eat. Number one is I swear Satan invented it. It's
What?
durian.
Ah, okay, the durian fruit. Well,
Yeah.
it's really funky smell, but you know what? If you're gonna taste durian, you would
No,
love,
I've tasted
you
it many times, and it tastes like somebody put onions in a dirty gym sock
garlic.
and left it in the sun for 3 days.
Okay, and then what's the second one?
It's funny. Okay, so one of my favorite things is okay. So you know the alamang, the uh, uh,
Bagoong.
bagoong, yeah. I love bagoong
with green mango.
with anything. I don't care what it is.
Oh,
I love bagoong, but I cannot eat patis.
you're allergic.
Why?
Okay, so when we lived in Japan, I went to the Asian store one day, and my wife was like, "Hey, get some um, soy sauce and get
Patis.
some patis," and I did, and it was in a glass bottle. It was the Datu patis, and it hit when I was getting in my car. I dropped the bag, and it hit on the door,
The smell.
and it broke into my car and spilled all in my car. And it's summertime, so
Oh my.
for like 3 months, it was like I was driving a dried fish around, and but that just ruined it. Now, if the patis is in the ingredients of a food, that's fine. But if I'm eating like mungo and I'm putting the patis on top, no, I can't do it.
Well, that's Filipino way we eat, munggo. We
I
love
know.
munggo with chicharon and patis. My goodness, that's so good.
It's just it's the smell of the patis. It got in my head, which is crazy because bagoong smells almost the same as patis. It's actually worse, but
But the patis is really worse one, especially if it's dry.
yeah,
Okay, it's spell on your clothes. Okay, once it's dry, my goodness, you really have to remove that and wash right away because the smell. I don't know.
yeah,
I
and
don't know.
it was in my car, all over the carpet, in the seat, and the carpet. Oh, and I washed it so many times, and it just couldn't get out. The smell was just there. It was horrible. No, but my favorite foods are I love dinuguan, I love kare-kare, I love um
Caldereta.
caldereta's okay, yeah. It's not pinakbet I love. Um,
Oh, I love also.
but we
How
make
about chicken adobo? Chicken adobo.
well, my wife's from Davao, so we don't do adobo, we do humba.
Okay, humba.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Humba is just like similar to adobo, but humba is more sweet and
it's
Sweeter,
sweet
yes.
and
it's a little bit sweeter and it has a lot of star anise inside, so
yeah, very
Uh-huh.
aromatic.
yeah. And but we make our own breads. We make our own pandesal. We make our own
She's a
puto.
baker.
No, I do it.
You do
And
it.
like
Oh,
even the lumpia, we make our own wrappers and everything. And
that's.
but we make siopao. But we
Oh, I
started
love siopaw, bola bola.
yeah, so I got bored with siopao, asado, siopao, bola
Uh-huh.
bola. So we started making our own things, and it's like siopao
Bola
with
bola. I
well,
love.
no, we stuff it with like kare kare. We stuff
Oh,
it with we make a puto pao. So we make a big
oh.
puto and it's got dinuguan stuffed inside, and yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay, I have a question, Kuya Joey.
Yeah.
Okay, as a man that is married to a Filipina, what do you think is the benefits, or what are the benefits of marrying your wife or a Filipina?
Okay, that's a weird question, but I'm gonna have to think about that one for a second.
Hello, 53 Shades Darker in the Philippines. Thank you for coming.
Well, okay, so one of the benefits is what we were just talking about, the food. Um, the food is awesome.
Cool.
Uh, God, I don't look at it like that as a benefit, or I don't know how to answer that question. Um,
Well, you can be kinky if you like to. We're all adults here. Joke lang.
oh my gulay.
Oh my gulay. You
Oh,
also know how my gulay.
Don't be, don't be shy. We're adult here.
You know
Oh
what?
yeah.
To be honest, okay. So here, two things just came to my mind instantly. Um, the first is something we've already talked about: is the commitment and the importance of family to Filipino
Yeah.
culture. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've always been committed to my family. I was raised that way, but man, it's on such a different level to Filipinos. So is a very big benefit. The
Mm-hmm.
second one is the
That's right.
dedication. The second is the fact that we're both Catholic and the dedication to the faith that Filipinos have, which seems to be stronger than
Mm-hmm.
it is in America. That's kind of a generic answer, but or a general answer, broad. But I don't know. It seems to me that faith and family are so much more important to Filipino culture than it is to American culture. Not saying that it's not important to American culture. I'm just saying it's more. The depth is more to Filipino culture.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
So
yeah, sure.
do you believe that the more a family that is religious, the more they also like gonna succeed with long last relationship or marriage?
I
Do you
love
believe
right
that
local.
religious, yeah, being religious can help? What to think?
Say it again, Miss Manny.
Are you asking me or
I mean,
bioability?
no,
Bioability.
you.
Oh, you
No,
said
Kuya. I
bioability.
sorry, it's Kuya. Sorry, I think it's. I mean, it's
I,
you,
I
Kuya
think
Joey.
if you are I think if you are a religious person, if you're a person of faith, then absolutely. Um,
Mhm.
the faith, your faith, my wife's faith makes my faith stronger.
Mhm. Really? Okay.
Philip
How about
Mays,
you, Ate Lily? Okay.
Philip Mays asked a quick question: what's the age difference between him and his wife? My wife is 11 years older than I am. Um, and how did we meet? We met because I got lost, and I was looking for a place somewhere, and she helped me. And then, of course, as I left, she chased me down the street and threw her phone number at me and was like, "Please call me." Yeah, that I'm joking about that.
Wow, that's quite
Yeah,
rare because Filipinos not really like that.
yeah, it didn't happen like that, but
Uh,
that's what I
You're
like to tell
so
joking.
you're
people.
very guapo
He's
to
joking.
her
He's
eyes.
joking, Miss
Yeah.
Manny. He's joking, Miss Manny. Is that really like that? He's joking.
Because I've not really like knew a Filipina that's really initiate something like that.
Yeah, it's hard to get a Filipino number, especially for foreigners that you just
No,
new
okay.
to
So if you really want to know, when we met the first time, I was lost, and we were in Korea, and I went up to her and I
Ah.
started speaking Korean, and she says, "I don't speak Korean, I speak English." And I was like, "Oh, well, good. I'm looking for this place and this place because I don't know where it is. I just got here. I've only been here for 2 days." And I was like, "Okay,
Mhm.
well," and I was like, "Hey, you know," she ended up asking questions, and she found out how to get there. And I was like, "Well, look, since you helped me, you took the time to help me. I'd like to buy you a drink or something, or some coffee or something." And she said, "Sure." And I said, "Well, can I have your number?" And she said, "Yeah." So she wrote it down on a piece of paper. Well, the next day I called the number, and some Korean guy answered the phone, old guy. And I'm like, she must have wrote the number down wrong. So a couple of days later, I was in the same area, and I stopped by, and I was like, "Hey, I'm looking for Rose." to one of the girls, and the girl was like, "There's no Rose that works here." I met her, and she walked out, and I was like, "Oh, that's her." And she goes, "No, her name's Marlon." And I was like, "Oh, crap."
Okay.
So she gave me the wrong name and wrong phone number.
Oh. Oh, by the way, because first you offer drinks to her. I'm asking you, is she cute?
Siempre guapo
Sempre.
ka,
Okay, because
Siempre.
I
Oh.
know men. I know men.
guapo
If they
sa.
look the girl that very very cute and pretty, they just offer something that can like drinks. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that she is.
Uh-huh.
I mean, ano sa tingin mo? Bisaya siya.
Of course, all Bisaya are beautiful. Agree, Miss
Oh,
Manny?
Of course,
but
I'm Bisaya, so I have to agree.
but
Joke.
so here's a cultural thing. I want to try to educate the people in the chat who may not know and save you some pain. One of the big differences I talked earlier about, there was a big difference between Filipinos and Bisayans. Okay, so Bisaya women are the kindest, most caring, most comforting women, I swear, on the planet, until you piss them off. Do not make a Bisaya woman mad. If you do, just start a fire in the house. It's easier to deal with.
So are you saying that, wow. Yeah, Bisaya is like you're
So
trying to scare away the from Bisaya.
no, I'm just saying if you do get involved with a Bisaya, do everything you can not to piss her off, because
Uh-huh.
it's bad.
It's bad.
It can be bad, but I will tell you that Bisaya women come with an alarm system. I'm not kidding. They do. So there's a phrase that a lot of Bisayan women will say. It's "sus Mariosef." Okay, and the alarm system is
Oh,
you can gauge how pissed off your wife is at you by how long she says "sus." If she says "sus Mariosef matigasong ulo ka," you know you're in a little bit of trouble. You did something a little bit bad. But if she's like "sus Mariosef," just get in your car and leave, and come back in an hour, because you're in
You
trouble.
really don't want to get, when your Bisaya woman gets pissed, you don't want to get caught, physically because they're gonna really pinch somewhere. You're seeing it, you know.
oh my goodness! Don't no puts the
Wow, burn the house down? Yeah, it's
no.
easier. It's easier to burn the house down than to deal with a pissed off Bisaya
The rope
woman.
is on fire, Miss Manny. The rope is on fire.
So
Well, it still depends. Not all Bisaya does that really. We're still a lot of us that more calm, more
like
on
You know what?
Lily
You know
Vet,
what,
peacemaker.
Puts?
Try to peace.
Lily Vet,
Don't let your Filipina get mad, because if you let your Filipina mad, especially if you're a couple, no jer at night.
no what? Ano daw?
What? No jer.
Wow,
So
good thing you don't understand that, Kuya Joey.
Yeah.
no, I do understand it. I wanted her to say it a different way.
So don't let, Puts. Take note. Take note. Don't let your,
No,
your
really,
Filipina
really.
mad,
I
or
like
else
that, Philip.
no jer.
So, Lily, you didn't answer the question that she asked. It's your
What?
turn.
What is your question, Miss Manny? Sorry, I'm lost.
Her,
What is your question?
you have to do it the reverse though. What was the benefits of marrying an American?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
what's the benefits of marrying an American man or a
there's
foreigner
a lot.
man?
There's a lot of benefits when it comes, because here's the thing, guys, that
We
we're
don't want to
adult.
hear. We don't want to hear about the talong. Okay.
Hell no. Forget it, the talong, okay? Oh, forget it, the talong. The talong is always there, okay? So, you know what? There's a big difference, especially we're adult. We're in the right age. So, it's like I have, this, the advantage, because he's grown, and when it comes something that we don't fight, okay, we don't fight, but we have, what we have a dislike. So
Quarrels.
we have to discuss that instead of yelling with each other or what. We have to discuss that of the things that we don't like. And then of course he has more patience on me, because i'm I'm a little younger than him. So when it comes to things that we have to talk, it's just like it's easy for me to listen, and easy for him also, that if I don't really listen, and then he can sense that no matter what, there's no there's nothing good thing that to fix, but he let me first calm down, okay, and then once he's ready, he just that's the time that we talk. That's very big advantage. At the same time, of course, he's very sweet, and he's very generous. What else? Loving, caring. So that's the advantage marrying to a Western man than Filipino men. I'm not saying all Filipino are not good, but um, they're still good Filipino. But when it comes to maturity, you know, he's the one. He's the one that I really look in our relationship, because even though that I'm there's a thing that sometimes there's a thing that I don't really get, okay, so he has to be patient on me to explain so that I can catch up what he's trying to tell me. So that's the big thing, that especially that older than you, because they have patience, to let you know that this is I'm talking about, this is the thing that I really want to to explain, to tell you. So that's I don't know, some other Filipina having married to foreigner. That's the way I look in our relationship. So there's so many advantage that I can get from him. So for me, he's the price,
I
and
think.
also for him, I'm the price.
I think you hit on something a second ago. Um, one of the rules that we have as a couple is that no matter how upset we get at each other, we don't go to sleep, we don't go to bed without addressing it. We may not solve it that night, but we get into bed and we say, "Look, I'm upset about this thing or the way this happened. Um, and we don't need to solve it tonight, but I love you and I want to work through it and figure it out." Um, we don't go to bed mad at each other. Well, she may still be mad, but we address it, is what I'm saying. We don't just go to sleep and not say anything about it. Um, and we don't leave the same way. We don't, if we get in some kind of quarrel or whatever in the morning, we don't get on the interstate and drive to work. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like for me and in Frank, it's just like, whenever, I feel that, sometimes, I have also attitude on him. But, when I saw him that, he's just like, even though that, he don't need to say sorry or, apologize on me. But, wait, when I'm, I calm down. No, 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 you don't have to. Because, I realize it's my fault. But, it's just like when he
Oh my
told me that
God.
I love you,
Can you say that
it's just like
again?
it's melting my it's melting my heart that why should I why I should I be be what do you call that uh uh mean to him.
I have a question
Okay.
for the two of you and for the women in the chat.
Okay.
Why is it so hard for Filipino women to say, I'm sorry, I was wrong?
No, but
Oh,
I'm not
really?
like
I don't agree
I'm
with
not
that.
I'm not really into that, KJ, because here's the thing that if I know that sometimes this is this is the situation. Frank doesn't want me to feel bad about the things that we don't like or disagree with. That the conversation is just like to make me feel I'm not really I'm not really into that. He don't feel bad about me, he just say sorry to me. But no, I just if I realize that, especially that there's a strong disagreement, of course there's the thing that I have to insist also my opinion. And I realize, okay, oh, I was wrong. I'm the one who go to the room and told him, can I, I asked him first, can I talk to you for a while? And then if he said no, just leave me alone. I leave him alone. But I still keep talking because I realize it's my fault. And then sometimes I realize that he has say sorry just to feel me good. No, 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 no. I told him, no, you don't have to say sorry to me because it's my fault. It's my fault. So I don't know, some
See, like
Filipina.
when we have disagreements, when we have arguments, we both end up saying I'm sorry. And we're not saying I'm sorry because the thing that I did was wrong. We're saying I'm sorry because we let it get to a fight. We let it aggravate us. That's what we're both apologizing for. But I will say, and maybe now that I'm thinking about it, maybe it's just because we've been together for so long
Mhm.
that when you're with somebody for so long, there's things that you don't have to say to each other, if
Mhm.
that makes any sense at all. Like, my wife doesn't actually have to say the words, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I can
Mhm.
see it on her, in her actions and the way she's doing stuff. You know what I mean? So the words aren't
Yeah.
Yeah.
necessary. The words aren't necessary.
Yeah, especially especially this is the thing that like he chose me to stay with me, but I don't really need him to feel sorry about even though it's my fault. I don't want that because he also sacrificed things for me, okay, for me, just to stay by himself. So I don't want to treat him like uh like bad person. So it's just like I always give value the things that he done for me. So that's why it's not hard for me to say sorry to him if I know that it's my mistake or it's my fault,
Nasa
because
tabi
all the
mo
things
siya?
that he's done to me I really give value.
Nasa
Mhm.
tabi mo siya?
Huh?
Is he beside you?
It's in the other it's in the other
It's in the other
in
way.
his office.
Ah, I thought he was tight because you keep looking. I thought he was standing
Yeah,
there.
he's there. Because I
I
was
think
looking at him.
Ate Lily trying to see maybe try to not be in a trouble. Joke lang, Ate Lily.
My
Ah, no, no, no.
my
Because I was
girl has
checking
no
him.
problems admitting fault if it is true. We discuss the issue to get to the
Ah,
truth of the
yeah.
matter. The same applies to my question so far. That should be what couples do to show respect. Uh, yeah, I mean, it should be. You should. I think my point is it's not who says I'm sorry or I was wrong first. I think the point that I would like to make to everybody is just make sure that you talk through it and resolve the issue. And some issues won't be resolved in an hour or a day. Some issues may take longer to be resolved. Sometimes, I know with my wife, um, sometimes leaving her alone for an hour or 2 hours and just not even saying anything. And it allows her to get her thoughts in her head and think about what happened. And I think that's another thing. I think a lot of times we may be too pushy to say I'm sorry or to talk about something when they just need time.
Oh, I forgot. Why you notice that I always looking, so because I am checking also the comment of people on my other phone. That's
Oh,
why you can notice that I was looking.
it looked like he was just off camera right next to you, and you're just saying,
Yeah, no, no, no. Here.
because I was gonna say, "Oi, totoo ba? Is it true?"
Of course.
So
You're crazy.
I haven't talked to Miss Monty about this yet. Masaoka, Monty.
Sorry.
She
Sorry,
said that.
hala. Are you, Leon, are you na? Sorry.
Why you hide her? Ah,
No, it's just my finger. It's just lip on my finger. Sorry, Leonie, Ariola. Sorry.
So are you married,
unhide it. Okay.
Monty?
My goodness, I'm not married. No, but I have a one daughter.
Oh, so you're single, ready to mingle, diba?
Yeah, sorry, Leonie, Ariola.
Oh, I like it. She's not answering the question.
Be right back. I'm going to see her.
Again, wow, you must be drinking a lot of water.
I
She,
have.
she pressured to answer your question, KJ.
Not ready to mingle.
Not ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
How old is your
taken. She's taken.
How old is your child?
Yeah, she just turned 9 years old.
9. Okay, wow.
Yeah, I have fat fingers
So,
actually, Gray. Just kidding.
So
this is the good thing, Miss Money, because KJ he's married to a Filipina and me married to a Western. So there's you
you
can
got
tell
two
the
different
the
views.
the difference.
So let me ask you then, what when I was talking earlier about one of the important things is learning the other person's culture. Do you agree with that? And how important do you think that is?
Oh,
What?
that's for are you talking to me about the
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
American
yeah.
culture? Oh
Yeah.
yeah, it's very important to me, to especially Black American culture, especially in the South. So I have to
Mhm.
I have to learn that. I have to ask that from him.
So
So
where's
how's
your husband from?
Chicago?
Chicago. Okay.
So I really, I'm very interesting about, because I'm not yet meet with my, with my family in the States. So, I just really want to know also the culture, because, I also, I also share about, Filipino culture when meeting, my family, because I already met some of my siblings. So it's just like, I'm very interesting also how to, how to communicate, or how to adapt the Black American culture. So I'm very, I'm very open, to
So
learn
you
and
said
know about the culture.
I okay. So this is a touchy subject and kind of off subject. So you said you're interested to learn the Black American culture.
Yeah,
Um,
because
I
he's
think
he's he's Black American.
yeah. I don't know that there's really much of a difference between a Black American culture and a white American culture. I guess is my
Well,
there is.
well, it's
My stepfather's black. My mom's married to a black man as well. Um, so we're a very diverse family. We, um, but Frankie, lucky dog, you got a gentleman, man. She speaks. Um, I think it's important for Filipinos. I think it's important for Americans to say, I am Filipino or I am an American and not focus so much on saying, I'm Cebuana or I'm a white American or a Filipino American. And the reason I'm saying this is because I think it's really important for us as a society to move forward and think of ourselves in the ways that we are the same instead of the ways that we are different. Because we have so many more things that we share that are similar. The differences will tear us apart. The things that we share bring us together. Like I know, and for those of you who don't know this, there people think, oh, in the Philippines, there's none of that going on. Everybody in the Philippines is Filipino, and there you would be pretty wrong because there's a huge prejudice that people in the cities have against people who live in the provinces. Um,
yeah, that's right.
and the thing is that, and it's the same thing in America. There's people who think, oh, all the people in the South because they talk different, they're stupid, or they're not as they should be working in the farms or whatever, and it's not true at all. Um, I'm an OG from Chicago South Side. Wait a minute, Frank, is that is that your husband, Frank? Is that
Yeah,
Frank?
that's my husband. Yeah, that's
Oh,
my husband.
okay. When he said he was from Chicago, I was like, wait a minute. Cool. Well, Frank, it might make you feel good. I'm from Alabama, but I'm a Notre Dame fan, so and a Bears fan.
Yeah, it's just like, like KJ, that, I'm very interesting, to know, the culture of Black people, the Black people,
You know what's
because
interesting though? What's interesting though is Filipino culture is actually more closely related to Black American culture than it is white American culture.
yeah, it's, well, I'm not, I'm not prejudiced when it comes to white, white American, but it's just like, for me, it's just like, I learned from him. I learned the history about Black, Black, people, especially on his ancestors. So it's
Mm-hmm.
just like it really catch my attention, to get interesting about, about the history and the culture. Okay, so I also know because my husband, he has also a white family, because her mother, his mother is, is he has also it's just mixed.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just like I'm also interesting to know, but it's just like very catch my attention about the history and the culture of black people. So it's
Mm-hmm.
just like you can tell that, I can tell, to my husband that Filipino culture and so a uh black culture, there's something similar. Even the personality, the personality of Filipino and black, there is something in common. So I really, I really want to know that, because it's very interesting, to know.
Yeah. Puts on boots. You're exactly right. The untold history exists, but not only that, the untold history is far greater than the history that they teach everywhere. Um, it's pretty sad actually. I was actually a history major in college, and I've just always been fascinated with history, and it's just sad the things that aren't taught on all
Yeah.
sides. On all sides,
Yeah.
black, white, Asian, Hispanic, it doesn't matter. It's the things that aren't taught are
Yeah, especially, because especially for brothers
where's
on the
that?
live chat, for the live chat, especially here's the thing that it really get me upset about how black women treated brothers. Oh my god, good thing that Frank married to a Filipina, because he don't really uh, undergo that kind of BS.
Yeah.
So yeah, because
Well, that this whole topic may be a conversation for a different stream, but um
yeah.
yeah, there's so much we can learn from each other, and that's the problem is people. Oh yeah, Thomas Sowell, yeah, he's great. Um there's so many things that we can learn from each other's culture. Even if you're
Yeah.
not in a relationship with that person, like a romantic
Mm-hmm.
relationship, you know, I'm in the music business, and the guy I work with, you know, he's black, he's from New York. Um, we work with Beyonce and huge names, and me and him just have, and my stepdad, we have conversations all the time about the differences in culture. And we're always learning from each other. Like, why do white people do this? This is stupid. And then, I'll explain it. And they're like, oh, okay, well, that's not as stupid as I thought it was. So, Monty, what is your next?
Miss Manny, what is your next question? Let's proceed. Let's proceed to your next question.
Okay, yes. I have another questions. Wait.
I have a question if you need to look up one or figure
Yeah,
out one.
shoot.
And this is for the women to answer, since I think
Yeah,
everybody
shoot.
who's a woman is Filipina. We
Mm-hmm.
kind of know what American women look for in men. Could you elaborate on what qualities in a man Filipino women look for?
Filipino. Filipino men?
No.
Filipino
What
women.
what
Yeah.
qualities do
The
Filipino
quality?
what qualities do Filipino women look for in men? What characteristics, what strengths do you look for?
So, okay, so are you talking for Filipino men or Western men? Filipino,
Either.
either. Okay. Okay. So, who gonna answer that? Miss Manny,
I
me or you?
uh both of you, but real quick, I just since you said it like that, I want to point out this thing. If
I think he wants to know that what if we know what they're looking for a Filipino woman.
Well,
Is that
it's
the
just like
question?
for me, there's so many factors that I really like and I really love about the personality of my husband before. That's why we end up married because he's smart. He loved to share thoughts, ideas, plan. He's very kind. And he's very optimistic about the discussion that we talk. So many factors. So many factors that I really like about him. Of course, it's given that he's caring, loving person, loyal. So there's so many factors, KJ. Because if I gonna say that, you know, there's a lot of factors that I can say
Money,
about him.
money, anong sagot mo?
Wait, yeah. Wait, sorry, because it skips phrasing. So the question was like you were asking if what's the quality of the foreigner or like the man.
No,
Yeah,
of the men, not foreigner,
man,
just
it doesn't
men
matter.
in
It
general.
doesn't matter if
Ah,
it's Filipino or foreigner.
uh-huh.
I don't. Why would it be different? Do you look for
Well,
Well,
different
because
qualities? Do you look for different qualities in Filipino men than you do in American men?
oh yeah, there is
there is there is
there
with
is a
their
lot of
personality because yeah. Actually, especially with my status that I'm a single mother, it is very rare that a man who is totally single or like that's gonna accept me, for my status.
I don't believe that. That's a lie. Somebody's told you.
Ah, really? So they're not really accepting me.
Yeah, not
Is
all,
that what you
but
meant?
majority of Filipino men, they don't really want to deal with with a single mom. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
they don't. Because I have also sisters that she's a single mom. She has two daughters, but they know she has daughter. They just they just turned it back in. So
Okay, so what's the qualities you look for, Ronnie?
Well, the consistency is there. It's very the real, and also the maturity. Someone who knows how to handle marriage, the commitment.
I would give caution. I would give caution to anybody who says, I want to go find a Filipino woman to get in a relationship with. Or
Mm-hmm.
to any woman who said, I want to go find a white American or a black American or a Hispanic American or a guy from France. Not because any of those things are bad or wrong, but because now you're tying yourself into a specific path. and you're setting yourself up for possibly a failure, because then now you're creating something, an image in your head of what this person should be, instead of looking at the person and saying, oh, this is who this person is. Does that make sense?
Well, of course, you have to know also the personality of person, because important in a relationship. You have to know, because especially when it's marriage involved, especially here in the Philippines, that a lot of women, a lot of Filipino women, they make it sure that this man is right for us, because once if we're gonna commit mistake to choose that person, it's so difficult, it's so expensive to get out of that situation. So we just really, we really want to know the person. Is this person, whether American, European, Asian, we really want to know this person is capable, to have relationship with me. Is this person is loyal, serious towards me? So because like I mentioned, it's easy to get in that situation, but once you're married, it's kind of difficult to get out of that
Right.
situation.
No.
So,
My point is saying that, say I'm a single guy,
okay,
and then my buddies are like, dude, hey, you need to go, it's time, you need to go get in a relationship. And then I say, yeah, you're right. I'm gonna go find a Filipino woman to marry.
and
That's
then
dangerous. That's dangerous. Not because of the
what?
Filipino woman, but because I am tying myself down into a specific path when the person that I should be marrying may not be a Filipino woman.
Well, it's your choice. It's your choice. Because it doesn't matter that well, when it comes to that situation, KJ, you have to know the person. It's just like it's just like your friends telling you that, oh, you need a girlfriend. Of course you have to, you have to adult enough to understand that if you're gonna get that institute, in a relationship, it's not, it's not a game that it's easy for you, to get out. So you have to know the person first, because
Yeah.
if you don't, if you just shown that you just find a woman, either Asian or American or European, it's just like just friend that needs
I mean,
to have a partner in life. So
I'm not
you
saying
have to know first, you have to know that person first.
yeah, exactly. Um, and I see what Gadami. Perhaps the path is intentional. Looking into a culture would be the first step to finding that path. And Frank says you search for what you want. You're both correct, and I agree with that. I'm saying that I think a lot of people get themselves in trouble, maybe because they limit themselves to one thing, thinking that that is what they want, and then they've created a paint by numbers perfect picture of what they want, and it's almost impossible for them to find that. I don't know if I'm explaining very well what I'm trying to say, but I would just say use caution. I'm not saying you can't do it or it's wrong or you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying use caution when you say, I want to marry a woman from Thailand. Do you know anybody from Thailand? No. But I'm going to find a woman from Thailand to marry. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, it's too complicated, KJ. You can do that, but is that if you're looking for, okay, example, you mentioned that you're looking for, a woman from Thailand. Is that woman that you're looking for? It's fits on your uh qualification, or it fits on your, on your taste?
Hmm.
That's, that's the question also,
Well,
because
yeah.
it
No. Those are two different things. Like, okay, for example, with me, I was
okay,
not interested at all, ever, in dating a white woman. Never.
right,
I
okay,
dated one white woman in my whole life. I've always been attracted to Asian women or black women my entire life. And so I knew that that's probably the direction I should look. But
so what's the bottom line? What's the
I guess the
bottom line
bottom
of
line is to make sure you're leaving your options open, because you never know who's going to come into your life. You never know. If you limit yourself, you might be setting yourself up for failure. There you go. Bayou Billy said
Yeah,
it.
I agree.
Bayou Billy said it a different way. If you're fetishing, you are overlooking who the person is. Because I might be saying, this is a really nice woman. I really like her. And she's Filipina. I'm gonna settle and marry this person. When it was the preconceived notions that I formed in my head that I had to marry a Filipino woman, and then this was the first or second one that came around that was really nice. Maybe she's not really the one you were supposed to marry.
Yeah, because that's, that's very complicated, complicated, what do you call that, question, because this is I how I look, it's a matter of choice. It's a matter of choice, KJ. So,
No, I'm not
but
saying.
the
Don't get
question
me
is,
wrong.
you mentioned that this woman is fit on on the things that you're looking for.
Right. And I'm not saying not to do it. I'm not saying that it's wrong to do it. All I'm saying is use caution. When you
Okay.
start putting yourself in a very strong, limited um, path. The reason I say this is we have a lot of Filipino American couples that we're friends with here. Tons of them. And a lot of them are ending in divorce.
Well, because they choose the wrong person to marry.
Right, and I think I think a part of the I think a
That's
part of that
why.
was that they limited themselves to
It's
Gato.
not about maybe
uh
if
probably a
he's single or totally single or not. No.
it's up in the attic, baby, I think. Oh, it might be right there. Over there on the shelf. My wife is here if you guys want to say hi.
Hi. What's your wife's name?
My wife's name? Hoyt.
Hoy?
Yeah,
I think Marlon. No, not Hoy.
Marlon, yes.
Oh.
Hi,
Hi,
Marlon.
Marlon.
Is she beside you?
They're Visaya.
Hi,
Hello.
kumusta? Kumusta po?
Budiha.
Mayong gabi,
It's okay.
mayong gabi, Day.
Maya. Mayong gabi diya sa
Wow.
inyo.
Ah,
Sa
Bisaya also,
mag-Christmas na
yeah.
diha.
Yeah, she's from Davao. She's from Davao.
Hi, ate.
Yeah, Abu Sayyaf shot.
Hello.
Abu Sayyaf shot.
Busaya.
A pretty Abu Sayyaf. Yeah. Your husband is buang, ate. Joke.
Oh, kay Oh, buang jud na siya.
Oh my God.
Bukuron jud na siya gabusayap. Oh,
It's up in the attic. I'll get it later.
yeah.
I need to make coffee.
Yeah,
So
I did make
she's
coffee
from
already.
she's from Cebu. She's Iloilo, but she's from Cebu.
Cebu.
And then she's
Marlene. She
Ah,
is
he's from Cebu.
Marlene. Not Marlon, Canadian.
So, Marlon, can you speak Ilonggo? Can you speak Ilonggo?
No, dili gid.
No.
Dili gid.
Dili
her
ka ka
dad
ano,
was from
dili ka ka.
Leyte.
Okay.
Dili makasabot ra
Because
ko. Dughan. Makasabot ra ko.
Ah.
Kasabot ka. But you know what, because Iloilo, Ilonggo and my dialect were the same, but my dialect is Hiligaynon. So it's just like, there's a meaning from Cebuano that really
Bisaya.
like sabot.
Yeah.
That's really mean to us. The
Sabot.
sabot is
Oo.
very mean to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, like her dad, my wife's dad was from Leyte, and he spoke Wada, didn't he? Wada,
Not really. Like Bisaya.
yeah. And she's from Cebu also, right, Mani?
Mm.
Yeah,
Yes.
from
Asa
Cebu.
ka sa Cebu, daghang kog friend diri taga Cebu.
Lapu-Lapu City, ate. How
Ah,
about you?
Lapu-Lapu ba si ko? Wala.
Where's Helga from?
Kuan tuburan man siya.
Yeah,
Ang
all
Ay,
of
layo.
Tuburan.
Ang layo ng
almost
Tuburan.
It's
all
in
of our
northern Cebu.
Layo, oh, layo.
almost all the
It's
Filipino here is
Nay
Bisaya.
isa diri sa Bantayan, Bantayan siya. Si Celeste,
okay.
Bantayan.
Bantayan, wow.
Because I know that
Just
Tuburan, Miss
close to
Manny,
Malapascua.
it's near to Dumaguete.
Tuburan, no. Dumaguete is
Yeah,
in south.
We need to.
but
Dumaguete.
going to
Tuburan
from
is north.
start from Tuburan going to Dumaguete, it's near.
Yeah, napod ka lang. Unsa man siya?
You mean boat? Yeah, ship,
Ferry boat.
Sa kuwan ko
ferry
siya.
boat.
So we've been talking. There's a lot of Americans here, so we have to speak English.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
So we've been talking about love and relationships,
Uh-huh.
stuff like that, and
Miss Manny, you forgot, the next question. You always forgot the next question.
oh yeah,
That's why I've heard my wife is blah blah blah. Yeah, that's my
I have a question to Ate Marlene.
oh, she
Marikusin.
has a question for you.
If if marriage contract can be renewed, would you renew? Joke. It's just a joke question, just silly question.
Dili.
That's funny.
Ay, matigas ang ulo.
Gahi,
Ah,
ulo?
stubborn.
Oh,
Gahe ulo.
Gahi.
stubborn.
Ah.
Sorry. Joke lang. Joke lang. He's mad now.
Uh, we're just joking, Filipinos always have some fluff.
Yeah.
Miss Manny, that's a good joke.
Because I always like hear it from my coworkers. They said, "Oh, if there's only like if only marriage can be renewed, I will not renew again. Marriage contract can be renewed."
No.
Yeah, mga
That's I always hear from them.
Uh,
So
but you
she's
know what? Thank you so much, Marlene. To share with us. To
you're
talk
welcome.
with us.
she's
So
married to
it's nice also to know that to talk with Filipina married to a Western man. So just that's a big compliment with us.
she's married to an American. He's from
Mhm.
Chicago, and they live in Cebu, right?
No,
Uh-huh.
I'm from
Oh, you live in Manila. Sorry.
Negros. I born in Negros Occidental, Cabancalan City, but I living here in Paranaque City.
Oh, so you don't live now in the States, in Chicago?
Paranaque, that's where.
We're gonna enjoy here because my husband is really enjoy Philippines than Chicago.
Ah, so
Yeah, it's
he
not
must
cold.
be retired
It's
already.
not cold there.
Yeah, he is a retired federal agent.
Good for you guys. I wish I'm retired already. I want to go home
And
too.
she's not married. Oh, wait,
So Ate
Ronnie,
Marlene,
Ronnie, we have a single son if you want.
single son.
Go
I
son.
didn't
How
tell you.
old?
Yeah.
He's like 6'7".
I like the
Oh,
5'7".
He's 22.
uh, she he's too young to miss
Wow.
Manny.
Yeah,
He's
too
too
young for
young
me.
to too
Kuya
young for
Joey.
Yeah, he is. He's still in college though.
I
Manny.
can't be a cougar. Joke.
I am.
Oh, no, you can because you're just like 10 years old. 10 years old, 10 years.
No, I'm like
So is
11
it true that you're
years.
the one who gave your number to Kuya Joey?
Yeah. Joey just
Ah,
11 years. Yeah. I'm
No,
11 years
I told him.
older.
I told him how you gave me the wrong phone number,
uh-huh.
wrong
Eh,
name.
So you did not
People,
regret Ate Marlene.
Not really. Ah, I didn't.
Joke, Ate.
Look.
sana all.
Sana all.
And then she takes me our
Sana
first.
all not regret.
She take me our first date, and she give me the biggest plate of dinuguan I've ever seen, just
Oh
to
yeah.
just to test me.
Dinuguan with puto.
Mm-hmm.
And
Sarap, sarap.
our first date was to Catholic mass. That's our first date. We went to mass together.
Wow, that's very religious date.
Yeah, well, it was big, and her and like 8 other Filipino women. It was me, her, and 8 other Filipina. It's like a lot of chaperones. Yes.
Uh-uh.
Let's find Chuck Willery.
What is that?
Mhm.
Miss Manny, what's your next question?
You should ask Marlon a question.
No, you're gonna get he.
No, we don't want to, to get
You know,
to
you
get.
know. I was
We
thinking.
don't want you to get, Marlin to get in trouble on you.
Yeah.
Or it's Kuya Joey get in trouble to Ate Marlene.
Yeah.
We don't want.
Always.
Always his fault.
So I have a I think how about Ate Marlene? Can I ask you some question?
Opo.
Okay, for
What?
Ate Marlene, how is it like to have a younger
Husband?
expat husband?
Young husband. Yeah, it's
Yes.
hard. It's hard.
Hard?
Yeah.
Hard-headed.
You have to do like everything. You're like, do this, do that. Because you have to go like, don't know how to do like financially, the
What you
budget.
doing to burn the house down?
You don't know how to take care. Like it's like
Hala ka diha.
it's easy go lucky
You know,
before.
I said,
Yeah.
Agoy.
wait a minute. I said so
But
many nice things about you the whole time, and then you come on here and you just destroy it for me.
Hala, nabuking ka na dong.
Yeah, there's a
Booking.
yeah,
Booking, Kuya Joey.
Yeah,
Hannah, he
puts
got
on
there.
boots. I like that answer too. When she said it's hard. Tigas.
Matigas ang ulo.
What?
Uh-huh.
He think he don't have like he forgot he has own what is that family already the first time because he's
Uh-huh.
still younger. He's young, and then they forgot us that he's married.
Yeah, I was.
Hala.
Easy go lucky with
No,
his friend
when
before.
we're overseas and
Yeah.
I'm a soldier and young, 21. Of course, I
Mm.
was
Uh-huh.
drinking a lot then. So
Yeah.
I see why there's no more renewal of marriage contract.
Okay, okay, Marlon, I have a question also too. So now the before and
teka
now
muna, teka
there's
muna,
there's a difference.
teka muna. Okay, so I
Ano
was
yung
Uh-huh.
nice for like 2 hours saying all these nice things about you, and I'm listening.
Okay, you told me. You asked question. I said that I said the
Oh
real
no,
one.
no, no, no.
Honest but all but truth. Only the truth.
Yeah. That he's like,
Maybe I should change some of my answers.
Ala,
right
booking na
now
si
he's
Dudong.
a lot. Yeah, he's a lot. He changed a lot.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's
for a
that's
better
a good
or
thing
what?
for
for
better.
worse.
I never drink anymore.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
Good.
Like we got like a big,
Since the kids were born.
yeah. When he's
Um,
overseas, like he's
Did
like
you have to
crazy.
take the baby bottle from me? Hey,
Yeah.
I always joke because she was in college when I was in elementary school.
Yeah.
But it's just like I can tell that if Marlon did not patient for you,
I almost
KJ.
gave
I don't
up.
think that I
Yeah,
don't think
I
that.
almost gave up. So I don't want to go back to the Philippines. So I'm done. It's
Oh my
like
god.
big A.
hala.
That's when we're in Japan.
Uh,
Remember I told you there was a God 6 years. We're like completely separated. Everything, our family, friends. It was just me and her. And then when you're first
we have
newly,
Jonathan.
yeah, and we have our son. But when you're newlywed, the first couple years is really hard.
Mhm.
Hmm.
A lot of adjustments and
That me, I don't drive before. It's only him. So I was stuck in the house. I can't go anywhere. I just walk right there where the train station go. Me and my son, our son. Ah.
Yeah, good thing that you learned to drive.
So he's the one that doing all the budgets financial before. I don't have nothing.
yeah.
So I can't that's hard. They said, okay, take me to back to the Philippines. I can still have money over there in my wallet.
There's so
Mm.
it takes long of adjustment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard the
And I
first
think
time.
that's why so many marriages, if you look at the statistics, most marriages end in divorce in like the first 5 years, 5 to 7 years.
You're lucky I got like patience. A
And I
lot of
think that's the problem is people just don't have the energy to work it out anymore. They don't.
So it's just
Uh-huh.
like KJ. So Marlin is the price.
I told you that. Thing.
Oh yeah, he said it before in the chat, Ati, earlier.
okay. You
That's
tell.
Ate
a good
Marlene,
compliment.
Mm,
being the one been in a 25 years married, right?
Yeah.
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 Okay, being in 25 married in a non-Filipino man. What what should be the your personality or the attitude of a woman that should have so that the marriage will long last up to 25 years like yours?
Just more patience for that.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
And just, you know,
You know, it's a trait Filipinos already have.
just understanding,
Yeah,
not
we already have patience. Yeah, we have
So
that.
trust,
if
of
I have
course.
if I'm talking to somebody and they want to know about the Philippines and they don't know anything about the Filipino people or culture, and they say you have one word to describe the whole Filipino culture, I would say it is adaptability. Filipinos are the most adaptable people I've ever encountered. I mean, look at how many every Filipino can speak at least two languages. Most of them speak three, four, five languages. You go all over the world, adjust to those cultures with pretty much ease. All the struggles and strifes that exist within the Philippines, you just kind of that whole bahala na mentality, you know.
Bahala na. Yeah.
I think that's the I think that's
Yes.
the strength of Filipino, especially Filipino women, is the flexibility or the adaptability.
As it's easy to adapt,
Both
but
are the prize because you need what she
Yes, that's true.
needs what you have.
yeah.
Adaptability and patience. Yes, we have that.
Mm.
Take it off your head. Yeah.
So there is a question here from Bayou Billy. If you guys read it in the chat.
Question for the ladies.
Are you close with your in-laws?
Yes, absolutely.
My parents like her better than they like me.
That's understandable,
Yeah.
Joe.
But you know what? It's the same for her. I think her mom came to live with us for like 6 years, 7 years.
Yeah. 6 years.
Every time we're fighting or something, her mom's take my side.
I guess that's what is that normal.
Question for the ladies. Are you close with your in-laws?
Yes, I
Yes,
am.
I am.
I'm very close.
Mm.
I'm very close to my in-laws.
You know, I was actually
I was
worried
actually
about
worried
that.
about that.
The first time,
The
huh?
first
Yeah,
time.
I'm scared too.
yeah, I was
When they
worried.
met
I
me.
was worried that they wouldn't accept her. Um, but that was never an issue,
I guess
and she was worried the same. I think, but
yeah, I am too.
Well, it's just like me. I'm very often, to talk with, with the sister of my husband. So actually we're buddies.
yeah,
We're, we're buddies. So, but sad to say that, I can't, because, we both lost our parents. So I cannot really relate if somebody asks about the mother or the father-in-law. So I can't really relate on that.
Ah, you don't meet your in-laws?
Yeah, because when we married, both our parents,
Ah, okay. I'm sorry.
so well, when it comes to my siblings, there's no, they're good, they're good with my husband.
Mm.
It's just like some of my, some one of my big sister asked me, "Is your, she's very curious, Marlon, to ask me, is
Yeah.
your husband generous on you?" And then I told her, "Oh yeah, he is."
You know,
Mm.
to be
But
honest, we had more problems with her family accepting me than my family accepting her.
really,
Yeah, well, I was a soldier. I was in the army. Um, and there's not a very good reputation for soldiers marrying Filipinos. So her dad at first was completely
Yeah, my
against it.
dad. Mm. I know that.
yeah, I know that saying, Marlene, because there's a lot of, there's a
Yeah,
lot of
oh, your husband is just gonna, what is that? That
a
she would
lot of
like
women.
pregnant and leave you.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, but there's a lot of happening that based on the history before.
yeah, in Subic Bay before they just,
Yeah,
yeah,
Uh-huh.
Subic and Clark.
yeah, in Clark, yeah.
And especially you married to a young man.
Yeah,
there's,
I think that was
Yeah,
the other problem was my age being so much
age.
younger than.
Oh, that one is gonna remarried again and divorce you.
Yeah,
Mm.
Mm, just come with me.
yeah. Put some boots. It was a little uncomfortable at first, but I met
Yeah.
him. We spent like a week together, and by the end of the week, he was all for us getting married.
well, it's just like, what, especially for Filipino father, they don't really want their daughter, to marry a person that they don't really sure, okay? Because
Yeah.
just like us, we all nine girls, we don't have a brother, okay? So it's just like the only thing that my father is worried about us is just like, uh if we are really, if we are really decided, to pick that person, because they cannot really interfere us when it comes to, to love. But he told us that, as long as you can take that man, nothing, we don't really interfere. But the only thing that he always tells us, you must know, or you must pick the right one, because you know especially, the father don't really want their daughter look at, in the situation that, always cried about, the things happen in her life.
Hmm.
And especially
Yeah.
one of my big sisters, she's a battered wife. And there's a mark, the finger of the husband mark on the, on my big sister's face. It really, he lived the mark. And one thing that, my father told him that, if you don't really like, or if you're tired of my daughter, just bring home, and then don't put your hands on her, because no matter what, the power of a man cannot women cannot resist on that, no matter how, no matter what. So it's just like, if you don't want, or you're tired of my daughter, just bring home,
Yeah.
okay? Because
That's
I will
correct.
accept my daughter, but don't put your hands on her, because
Oh, that's what my dad
this
told.
is gonna be between you and me. I'm gonna fight for my daughter. So it's just like, it things that happen that, he realized, oh wait a minute, because my sister's willing, to give up the relationship with him, because he's tired, and he won't take that thing that,
Yeah.
punch kicking her. So, well, it's just like, the years goes by, they realize, okay, this is no longer good, especially if there's a child involved. So yeah, good thing that, he changed. So that's the
Yeah.
the one thing that, especially in a father, that's one thing they worry about their daughter. They don't really care about their son, okay, but they will really worry about their daughter.
Well, it's the same for us. Like
Mm-hmm.
we have three children, and the two oldest are boys. The youngest is a girl, and she's gonna be a nun.
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh
I'm,
my
jo-
God.
I'm joking.
Marlene, it's really fixed that your daughter will be not. So what if, okay, your daughter will tell you, Daddy, I don't want to be a nun.
Too bad. Too
I
bad.
I
didn't
want
think
to get.
No, she's gonna be a vet. So Canadian Bread says, "What did your family think of the age difference?"
yeah, that's why they have like, the comments about, oh, if you married with a young one, so what do you think? Do you think it's gonna last your marriage like that? They have like negative. What is that? And so we'll see. I'm worried, and sometimes he don't call me. One time he
Oh my
said,
God! I was in Georgia in the army,
he,
and
he,
I didn't call
and
her
my
for
dad
one
said,
day.
"Oh, see, that's got like a conclusion. That's why you get married with like a young one, so it's gonna be like." So I know God knows. So we'll see what's gonna happen. So
And I don't think even after we were married, I don't think your mom trusted me until she came to live with us. you know,
yeah,
asking for parents' blessing. My fiance is 46, and I still ask her parents for their blessing. That's cool.
yeah, same thing. I'm already like 31 that
32.
or 32 that time. So they just, parents are like they don't want you to blame when you get married. You get that. That's like before they get married, make sure I'm okay to get married the
Yeah,
one that I love.
Monty, you know that Filipino women look young even when they're older, and then I think it's just like all of a sudden out of nowhere, one day it all catches up to them in one day.
Yeah, Miss Manny, I'm older than, the fiance of the fiance of Bible.
Well, you
I'm
think about it,
older.
Filipino women and black women, they're the same. Like my grandmother, um, she's in her 70s and she looks like she's in her 40s still. And then my great grandmother, um, how old is she, babe? Like 98? Ronnie's grandma.
Yeah, I guess
She's like 98 years old. She's still out gardening and
she
Yeah, maybe because it helps, KJ, that, Filipino are happy people. No matter uh
well, she's
tragedy
not.
comes to our lives,
Yeah,
we're
but I'm.
still,
They're not Filipino. They're black. And
okay.
but that's what I'm saying. Filipino and black women, they both look young, well into their 50s and 60s still.
too much like, exercise work or
Where white women look like they're 50 when they're 30.
you. Okay.
Yeah, most people look at me and my wife and they think I'm older. Calbo ako, so they think that. But I'm calbo by choice, not because I lost my hair.
Kalbo pero cute. Agree ka dyan?
Bayou Billy, do you know what calbo is? Kalbo.
I think he knows the kalbo.
Yeah, I hope so because he is calbo.
Yeah. Kalbo is cute for me. Kalbo is
Calvo, no,
cute.
don't say cute. Say calvo is sexy.
Ah, told you that. Not me.
That's good,
Are
Ate
you?
Marlene. Ate Marlene is very honest.
I told you she's like brutally honest.
Di ko gusto yung kalbo, oy.
Bakit?
Zed, bakit?
You're always touching it. You're
Sa-
always rubbing it.
Some of the Filipinos don't Filipino they don't like kalbo because they think they're old. The older already know
Yeah.
here. They don't know.
Oh my God, Ate Marlene.
You know what?
She has
That's good.
she
That's
has no
good.
filter. Walang filter
That's
sa.
Walang filter.
walang filter.
I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
you.
you KJ, you're really crazy. I can imagine. I can imagine that. You're gonna use filter.
No. Kawawa talaga. Pinaano niya ako sa palagi siyang tamaan ba? Matamaan. Okay lang yan sa kanya. Joke lang.
Whatever.
Ah.
Joke ba? Love you.
Well, there's a lot of calvo that they really look macho. They really look for me they like okay. Let's say one of my favorite black comedian Dave Chappelle. He's calvo. Like Steve Harvey, he's calvo. Who else? There's a lot, like Michael Jordan.
So
They'll call calvo. Calvo. So
what
they're still look.
name? I got a funny story to tell you about her. I remember the
Okay,
guy's
go
name. Hold
ahead.
on. He's the guy. He's the guy in the McDonald's commercials. He used to have a TV show. Baklasha.
Who's bakla?
The guy that I'm trying to think of.
I think
Is
it's
that
Vice
Filipino?
Ganda.
What?
Is that Filipino bakla?
Yeah. He's
Vice
in the
Ganda?
no, not Vice Ganda. He's Calbo. With
Ah,
glasses.
Calvo.
He's
Boya
the
Bunda.
Is it Boyabunda? Yeah. So one day we're on a live stream talking, and I said, "Hey, babe, look, don't I look like Derek Ramsey?" She said, "No." She said, "No, you look like Filipino. You look like the American version of Boyabunda." Oh my God.
Ate Marlene. I love you, Ate Marlene.
She's doing the laundry right now.
You know what?
See,
It's just like
Bisaya women are very funny.
it's just like when you ask your wife, Filipino wife, okay, you get ready because are you gonna go for the truth answer, or you gonna go for the lie answer? Which one you gonna prepare? To hear that when you ask something about your Filipino wife.
Well, it's funny you say that because my whole family. You were talking about how does a family get along. My entire family knows now that if they really want to know the truth about something, all they have to do is ask my wife because she doesn't pull any punches. Is the cake good? No, it was dry. She's not gonna make them feel good. She's gonna tell them what she really thinks.
Yeah, it's just like me when I me and Frank, you know what, Miss Money and SNR, there's a food tasting, okay, before you go that item, because there's a, and then uh, Frank asked me, "Is it good?" And then I saw sometimes the face of the sales lady that I tell him, Oh, it's no good. I don't like, especially the steak. It's, it's fatty, chewy, and hard. I can see the face of a Filipina that, oh my goodness. Don't ask me for another tasting.
Is it bad if a Filipina calls you a caballo?
What
Of
do you mean
course. I
kabayo?
mean, caballo like a horse, you know. When
A
somebody,
horse?
it's also like saying
Oh,
somebody
I
like
was
they're
gonna
bad
kick her
looking.
ass. Oh, because before that, KJ, don't you know that there's a law here in the Philippines that you cannot say that in a
Yeah,
person, especially you don't even know that person, because that person can file case against you.
It's like paninirang puri ate. What's it in
Yeah,
English?
yeah. Um, what do you call the
Defamation, defamation.
defamation. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
it has a case for that.
Now,
kabayo means horse.
the only
Kabayo means
only way
horse, boots on boots.
53, 53 shades. If she said you're as long as a caballo, then that's a good thing.
It depends.
Well, it depends, if that for, is your kabayo? You're crazy, KJ. Guys, for those men here, if that's caballo, well, there's two things. Caballo, for Filipina, the size of your thing. That's caballo.
Of your the size of what? The saddle?
The size of your thing. It's caballo. Some Filipina, they do, instead saying talong.
We should explain what talong is. Talong is
KJ said no comment.
the talong. For those who don't know, talong is an eggplant, and the Filipino eggplants are different than American eggplants. You'll have to just look it up online. But
It's totally different.
they taste different too.
Oh yeah.
No, I mean like the real eggplant. I don't know about the other thing.
Well, Filipino eggplant is the best among the talong, the talong. Especially if you're gonna grill the charcoal and you're gonna make omelette, tortang talong. My goodness.
Totang talong. Yeah, that's the breakfast of champions right there.
Oh, I love tortang talong. It's good.
Yeah.
Fried talong without the latu-latu.
I was in the mall and a girl told another girl, "Hey, caballo."
Oh, she's so mean.
Yeah, that's
I
bad.
was in the mall and a girl told another girl, "Hey, caballo." Well, if you're friends, if you're friends, yeah, it's just
Uh-huh.
like, a joke. Okay, if you're friends, okay? But if you don't know the person, oh my goodness, don't say that
Mhm.
because, you know, you're
It's
gonna
like
get
an
in
insult.
trouble.
It's like an insult. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. So the person I was with said it was a bad thing. I thought it was a compliment, and she said not. Okay, guys, especially for Western men trying to learn Tagalog, make it sure that the word that Filipino teach you is good. Okay, because
Yeah.
a lot of Filipino
Oh
they teach
yes,
you the bad words.
yes. And here's a look. I'm an American that teaches Americans Tagalog. One reason that is helpful is because when Filipinos teach you Tagalog, they have a hard time using English like we do. Um,
Hmm?
and because you cannot translate English to Tagalog directly, it does not make sense when you do that.
Yeah. Okay,
you,
so I have a story. This is real happen. There's an Indian guy. He has Filipino man friend, and then he came here in the Philippines. Before that, they're working in Dubai. So the Indian guy wants to learn some Filipino words. So this Filipino teach him, PI, putang ina mo. Okay, and
oh my
then the
God.
the Indian guy asked. The Indian
Yeah, she
asked,
said it to
he
my
said,
father, Happy Lily.
it's just like what does the meaning, and then this Filipino is it, how are you? Okay, so
Oh my
Mm.
the
God.
Indian guy visit Philippines because he wants to meet his friend, and is that friend, and then he went to Jollibee, and then he say that to the to the cashier, and then the cashier staring at her, say nothing to him. And
Yeah.
then again he say that, and then the cashier told the security that, just get out that man on the line.
Uh-huh.
And then he asked why, and then the security told him, what did you say to, and then he said that word. Oh my god. And then, the security told him, oh, that's really mean, especially,
Mm-hmm.
the woman is so really mean. So now that listen from, from Western people that don't really say that, especially for Filipino, that you don't know the meaning, because there's a lot of Filipino
Yeah. So for
Filipino people, they're teaching you the bad words.
so for the
So you
guys who
have,
don't know what that means, don't ever
yeah,
say that. It's
yeah,
like saying MF, but way worse.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Uh,
So it makes me laugh about that. But good thing that, nobody, the cashier still, still nice to him,
yeah.
because it's just like he has no idea. So the security cannot take about that.
But
And then,
even when people are
okay,
not trying to teach you the bad things, Tagalog is such a tricky language because of the pronunciation.
yeah.
You can actually say the right. Um, there's a lot of words that are spelt exactly the same, but if you say them differently, it has a different meaning.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Like a good example is kaibigan, which is friend. But if
Yeah.
you say it wrong, kaibigan, it means we're lovers.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
So, and it's spelt exactly the same. You just have to, the pronunciation is very important. Like, um, one that got me in trouble once was basa, Basa. It has two different meanings depending on how you
Yeah.
say it.
Wet, and then you read.
Yeah, one means read and one means wet.
Yeah.
Um,
So
so yeah,
How about Toyo? But
toyo,
they're not bad. But they're
yeah,
not bad.
Toyo,
toyo and
yeah, it's
tayo.
same, same spelling, but different accent and different intonation. Toyo means, soy sauce.
Right,
Toyo.
and
Then
tayo is
tuyo,
like,
dried fish.
yeah,
Toyo, it's just you have something in your in your brain.
and tayo is
Toyo.
us,
Yeah.
tayo.
Tayo.
Yeah, there's a ton of them. There's a ton, and then there's words that mean one thing. All right, this one's funny. So I was in a stream once where half the people in the stream were Bisaya and half of the people were Tagalog speaking. One of the Bisaya asked me a question, and I said, "Oh, sorry, libog ako." Well, in Bisaya, libog ako means I'm confused or I don't
Yeah,
understand.
yeah.
But
Libog.
in
But in
Tagalog, it means
Tagalog,
I'm horny.
you're lost. Yeah, I'm horny.
I'm horny. So you have to be really careful too who you're talking to.
The pronunciation, because the libog, libog, that's Tagalog, libog.
Libog.
But libog,
Yeah.
libog. It's just like that. That's why Frank don't really interested. To learn Tagalog, because I told him that Tagalog words is very tricky. Same words, same spelling, but different meaning.
Yeah. Yeah, Philip, it's kind of the same thing, isn't it? Being confused and horny. um, but I will say this: Tagalog is the pronunciation is easier than Bisaya,
Oh yeah, yeah.
but
Because
Bisaya pronunciation is really hard, especially for
yeah.
Western.
Mm-hmm.
But the grammar in Bisaya is easier than Tagalog. Tagalog grammar is a nightmare.
Maybe this is domestic violence or what?
Really?
Yeah. You think about with Tagalog, they have 6 different tenses of the verbs. They have past, present, and future of the object and past, present, future of the actor.
Well, it's just like, for me, I don't really had a hard time, to understand about, the Tagalog words and to create sentences.
Well, you're Filipino.
Well, yeah. But actually, Tagalog is not my first
Right,
language.
I got you.
But it's just like, well, it's for Western people, it's kind of hard, to learn about that, because like I said, that Filipino language, it's kind of a tricky.
The Filipino language is very tricky for Westerners to learn because
Yeah.
the word order of the sentence can have 17 different forms. Like in English, you always the verbs and the subjects are the nouns and all that, they're always in the same order. In Tagalog, you can do them in 17 different ways. And each of those different ways changes the meaning of the sentence. So it's a very difficult language to learn. It's actually um, one of the hardest languages for English speakers to learn. Filipinos that speak Bisaya call it a more pleasing language to the ear, but they may be biased. Kind of depends on what they're speaking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just like,
I don't think Bisaya is a very pleasing language. Now, the language that she speaks, Iloilo, is a very pleasing language. So is uh God, what is it? Ilocano. Ilocano is a nice language to hear. But Bisaya is very harsh. One of the differences too is in Tagalog, pretty much every word in Tagalog gets an emphasis on the second syllable. In Bisaya, pretty much every word, the word gets the emphasis on the second to last syllable. And if you don't do it right, you're saying different words. But
what happened to Miss Money?
I don't know. I will say this though. Don't be scared or think that it's too hard to learn. especially if you're married to a Filipina or dating a Filipina or are on YouTube and can come listen to Filipinos speak. The key to learning a language isn't all the book study, it isn't the memorization, it's actually having the conversation, using the language. And Filipinos won't make fun of you. They may laugh, but they're not making fun of you. They're appreciative of the fact that you're trying to learn their language.
Yeah.
And yes, there's 186 current dialects right now in the Philippines. Like my wife, she speaks Tagalog, of course. Everybody, well, it's actually not Tagalog. It's Filipino is actually the language. Tagalog is actually a dialect of Southern Luzon. But Filipino is the national language.
No, Tagalog.
I will bet you money. You wanna bet?
Yeah, I want to bet. You know,
Okay.
the language of Filipino is Tagalog.
No. The national language of the Philippines is actually two. There's English is a national language. But the national language is English and Filipino. Filipino is Tagalog with all the deep meanings removed. But it comes from the dialect of the Tagalogs. But yeah, in 1970 something, I'm looking it up. I think it was like 1972. They changed it to Filipino. It used to be called Tagalog, but they changed the name of it to Filipino. What?
What is that? Just
Well, it's just like, you know, through my understanding that, you know, our language is Tagalog. So in the Philippines, they call Filipino. But here, if you're, you know, for Filipino, there's two things. Filipino means men. Filipina is for women. But our language is Tagalog. It's not Filipino.
But Philip, to answer your question, it depends. If your wife is Cebuano, learn to speak Cebuano.
yeah.
Yeah, but you know, here in the Philippines, we have so many dialects. But you know, we're talking about, you know, the language. So our language is Tagalog. That's the name of our language. Like in Japan, you know, their language is Nihongo. So there, you know, there are still, you know, if the, you know, people in Japan, we call them, or we call Japanese, like, you know, Filipino. But you know, here's the thing that, you know, if you're gonna, you know, Filipino, that's, you know, for Filipino, we're gonna say Filipino, that's for men, and Filipina just for women.
Nineteen 1987. Yeah, they officially changed the language to Filipino in 1987. It's awesome, man. It doesn't matter. It's the same language. It just doesn't have all the, like, for example, Puto ng Gatas is Tagalog.
What? Puto at gatas?
Yeah, ng gatas, ng gatas.
What do you mean? Puto ng gatas?
Yeah,
At,
it means honeymoon.
ay, Pulut gata.
What? Pulot. Sorry.
Pulut gata.
Yeah.
Pulut gata. My goodness, you make me confused, KJ.
I'm no, I'm looking at puto. So
No,
that's a
pulut.
puto. Yeah,
Pulut
pulot.
gata. Pulut gata. That's honeymoon. That's pulut gata. Honeymoon. Pulut gata. Okay.
Yeah, and but that's not like that's a really deep meaning. And like
Yeah.
1987, they changed it to Filipino, and it was for I don't. There's a reason why they did it, but and it doesn't matter. But if you're going to marry somebody who's Bisaya speaking, it makes sense to learn Bisaya, and here's the reason. Everybody in the country can speak Filipino or Tagalog. Everybody just about can speak English. Now, some of the older people, like my wife's mom, she does not speak Tagalog. She speaks Bisaya, and she speaks Mandaya Mati, which is their native language. She can understand some Tagalog, but they
She
didn't.
can speak Tagalog.
Right.
Mm.
So it makes sense if you're going to live in Cebu and your wife is Cebuano or Cebuana, it makes sense to learn Cebuana or Cebuano, the language of Cebu, which is basically Bisaya. They're basically the same language. Um, like for me, with my wife, she lives in Davao, and they have their own native language. They all speak Bisaya and they all speak Tagalog, but they grow up, and if my wife is speaking to her sisters or her family, they're not speaking either of those languages. They're speaking Mandaya Mati. So it's kind of better to figure out what language your family speaks, and then speak that.
Yeah. Okay.
And the other thing is too is once you learn how to speak Bisaya, you'll learn how to speak Tagalog with it, because you'll hear it all the time. So I think some of the other dialects are easier to learn than Tagalog. Bisaya is one of those. Bisaya is actually easy to learn, but it's hard to pronounce.
Yeah. Because like, here's like, Cebuano, like if you go to part of Mindanao, there's an area there that, they speak, they like in Jinsan, that's
Yeah,
mixed. They can
Dimasan.
speak Ilocano, they can speak Tagalog, they can speak Chabacano, or they can
Yep,
speak Hiligaynon or Ilonggo.
yep.
And like in Cebu, there's every outside city of Metro Cebu, there's, they're talking, they speak Cebuano, but, the accent is different. So it's
Yeah,
just like very,
yeah. Like you guys probably didn't pick up on it, but when my wife was speaking to the two of them, I can hear the difference in her accent compared to y'all's. But I've
yeah,
been and I speak the language, but there is a difference in the accent. Even though it sounded like they were speaking the same language, they have a different accent completely.
yeah, because that's not our mother tongue.
Hmm.
We can speak, but, the accent is totally different, but we
Right.
we can understand and we can speak. Because like for me, I can speak that, but my accent is not same their accent because that's not my mother tongue.
Right.
Okay, so
How the hell to avoid mixing the two? Well, put on boots, I can tell you I speak 3 dialects in the Philippines. How do I avoid mixing them? I don't. because it just gets rambled in my head, especially if it's phrases and things that I don't say all the time. I actually mix Tagalog and Bisaya together a lot.
Well, you don't have to mix. It depends how how you talk. If you
No, I'm not.
talk to
I don't do it
to
on purpose.
Bisaya,
I don't do it on purpose. It just sometimes it'll come out. It's just the word and it's there. Boom. Because I learned to speak Tagalog and Bisaya at the same time. I didn't learn one and then learn the other. I learned them both at the same time.
yeah, it's just like if you can't speak in Tagalog, you can speak in Bisaya. That's why it happens that you have to, just like Tagalog. A lot of Filipino that we talk Taglish, Tagalog in English.
How did I learn? Um, I just listened. And when I first started learning, there was no online. I mean, there was really no internet. Um, and then I would pick up a book every now and then. But most of the books were the Tagalog dictionary that I have is from 1937. So there's a lot of words in there that people don't even use anymore.
Yeah, that's there's a lot of new words that you can't really find on the old dictionary.
Yeah. Yeah, and like some of the words, there's people in Manila who don't even know what I'm saying because it's an older, it's kind of like talking like our grandparents or great grandparents used to talk. But with beside and watching Filipino movies and TV shows and listening to Filipino music, uh, all that kind of stuff will really help you.
Yeah, because here's the thing, KJ.
How about I love you?
I
Hey, it's raining. Be careful, okay?
because here I can tell, even though it's not Tagalog is not my first language. It's not my mother tongue, but I can tell that the way that people talk here, if that's the accent from Laguna, from Batangas, from
Yep.
Cavite, or from Magallanes. But yeah, you're right that in old dictionary, you can't really find some of the words now in the new, because like example, salipau-pau, that's very high words Tagalog. So you have idea about the salipau-pau?
Airplane.
Oh, see, people don't use that, the salipau-pau,
Yeah, they use
because
aeroplano.
aeroplano, like salumpit, you know that
What was it?
salumpit.
I do know that. What is that? Crap. No, I don't know.
What?
That's a chair.
Oh yeah, I did know
That's a
that.
chair. That's
Yeah,
a
because it's
lot,
talking about your butt.
especially.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
butt stool is what it's actually
yeah,
in English.
yeah. Especially in Metro Manila, we don't really use that. But if you go to Laguna, Cavite,
Yeah,
Batangas, they still use that words.
yeah, that's what I was
Okay.
talking about because that's Tagalog. That's
Mm-hmm.
those were the original Tagalogs, and they still use the old Tagalog.
Yeah. So
Kuya
it's
Joey,
kind
you
of
seem to have a bit of a southern accent.
So if you're gonna talk with with the countryside Tagalog, you don't really understand. If you're used of of Filipino in Metro Manila, it's way different, because I have a brother-in-law. He is native in Cavite. The accent is really different. And then here's the thing. I don't know if you understand this. Nayayamot. You know that
Nanay,
the word
no,
nayayamot
no.
in Tagalog, in Metro Manila, they said naiinis. You
Oh,
know the word naiinis.
yeah,
So, I'm pissed off with you, or, I'm upset on you, but,
disgusted. Yeah, it's like I'm disgusted with you.
so it's, it's, yeah, like you said that, Tagalog word, it's kind of a tricky, because, it depends where you
It also
stay.
depends. It also depends on the other words in the sentence too.
Yeah. So I learn, I learned Tagalog, deep Tagalog, high word Tagalog with my brother-in-law. So I learned a lot of that.
Yeah, but I would say if you and my wife didn't teach me any of it. She doesn't really
But
have the patience. She doesn't have the patience to teach. Um,
I really want, I really want to teach, my husband, but I'm laughing because Western people, the way that they speak about Tagalog, or my my dialect, it makes me laugh because for me it sounds very very cute to me, but my husband doesn't want to laugh at him, so he don't really want to learn Tagalog.
yeah, like my wife, she doesn't really. She never helped me learn, other than she will correct me when I say things wrong. Um, she does do that, but sitting down and doing a lesson, no. I had to learn all that myself. But I will also say that learning a language comes easy to certain people than it does to others. I'm a musician, and music and language use the same part of the brain. That's one reason
Yeah,
I was able just to listen and pick it up.
yeah, it's easy, it's easy to learn any language when you use music.
Yeah. And like when I speak Tagalog, you guys may not notice it, but I have an accent. But when I sing Tagalog, people are freaking out because they're like, "There's no accent. Where'd the accent go?" I was Army.
Are you still in the military, KJ?
No, I'm retired.
Okay.
Retired from the
In what
Army.
branch, Bio Belly asked, in what branch of
Army.
military were you in?
The Army.
Army. Oh, same with, with my husband. But, he's a crew chief, mechanics, in
Oh,
in
he's on the
aircraft
helicopter.
division.
Yeah. Oh,
But he was assigned in Germany.
same was 53. Maybe not the same place, but I'm sure your husband was at Fort Rucker at one point in his career.
What are you, Frank? Fifth, the cavalry and military. Third Army Division, he said.
Okay. I was a lot of different places. I was in for 20, so my last duty station was 1st Cavalry Division, Fort Hood. Ask him if he
Oh,
was
so
ever ask him if he was ever at Fort Rucker.
Miss Money is no longer in our, in our,
The big red one.
yeah. I think she's,
Did her phone die?
well, Miss Money, where are you? Yeah. Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? We need some help from you now. Come on, Scooby Doo, I can see you. What's Tagalog song you love to sing, KJ?
Uh, I sing anything by Gary Valenciano, Martin Rivera. Um, I do Eric Santos. I do a lot. I don't know. And I write.
Sa
I've written
ilalim ng puting ilaw. You know
Buwan.
that song?
Yeah, Buwan.
Sa I love that song.
Sa oh. Now I gotta start. I gotta start it at the beginning. What is it?
Ikaw ay para sa akin. Just sing the chorus.
Ako'y sa'yo, ikaw ay
Ikaw ay
akin.
akin.
Ganda mo
Ganda mo.
sa Panginoon. Ako ngayon'y nag-iisa. Sana ay tabihan na sa ilalim ng
Lalim ng
puting
puting
ilaw.
ilaw.
Sa
Miss Manny,
ilaw na
na
buwan.
buwan. Pakinggan. Tama
Ah,
ba?
yeah. Pakinggan mo ang aking
King
sigaw
sigaw. Miss Manny.
sa
Sa
dilaw
dilaw
na
na
buwan.
buwan.
Got my lighter going.
Ate Lily, are you going to join Charmsky tomorrow?
Well, it depends. If she's invite me, why not?
Yeah, but she's asking, account for.
If
Can I
she
share?
if she send me a invitation, yeah, I will. I will attend on her.
Can I share something with you guys?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not. I need to have a jacket to do it.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Oh, Miss Manny,
Are you
give,
going to drop some link? Sorry.
yeah,
Yeah. So
jacket.
I don't know if you guys know who Rap Salazar is. Do you know
Rap
Rap?
I
Salazar?
know, yeah.
Yeah, I
Uh,
He's
know
a young
him.
singer.
yeah. So I just did a song for him, and he just released it.
Oh, yeah.
And he's on the. He just did the Wish Bus last week with it. But let me see.
He's a good singer.
No, I know.
He's a good, I love.
I was on the phone with him before I got on this stream actually.
Mm. So you made you do a you do a your
Yeah.
what do you call that? Music writer.
Yeah, I'm a singer, I'm a songwriter, I'm a musician, and I'm a recording engineer and
Wow.
vice
Good.
president of a record label in the Philippines, actually. There you
Mm.
go.
So
And it's in
maybe
English,
we
guys, if you want to. It's kind
it
of a
won't
pop song.
copyright.
It probably will pop copyright. Yeah, it's released already.
Yeah.
And we're
Oh
working
my
on a
goodness, it's like 20 minutes left. 21 minutes left to 12.
we're working on
Yeah.
a song for Sarah Geronimo right now.
Okay, you're going to do Harana.
Huh?
Okay.
Okay.
Harana like parokya ni Edgar.
No, Sarah Geronimo.
Ah,
Sarah
Sarah
Geronimo.
Geronimo. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I heard that Harana Miss Bunny. That's why I
Me too.
mentioned, that's why I mentioned parokya ni Edgar that, isa pa ba ang harana marahil ay kay. Okay, by the way, Miss Manny, why you mentioned about Filipina Charmsky?
Yeah, tomorrow she will do live stream and I'm not sure what time. Hopefully it's gonna be like 9 or 10 so that we can sleep more.
Did she ask you? Did she ask you about me?
Yeah, she's looking for you in the group chat.
Ah, okay. Well, because my phone is in there. The other phone that I don't. I used to send the messages on Messenger. So I'm not yet check that. So I hope one day that I would love to have also songs on my channel, KJ. I hope that
Yeah.
we can work on that.
Well, I'm fixing to release 3 of my own songs, originals.
Is
Um,
that in the Spotify or
yes,
in the
Spotify, Apple Music, and everything. All of them. I think the first one I'm gonna release is a Tagalog song that I wrote called "Puso Ko'y Para Sa'yo."
Wow, that's nice title, Puso Ko Para Sa'yo, love song.
Yeah, and I've written my wife so many songs now. It's funny because she's not even impressed anymore. She just, oh, you wrote another song. I wrote that one for I wrote that one for her birthday, and I went in and I did it like Harana style in the bedroom. She was in the bed on her birthday, and I had my guitar, and I knelt down beside her and started playing. I got done singing it, and she said, "It's a nice song." I said, "Thank you, happy birthday." She goes, "Why it's not in Bisaya?" It's like, oh my
Well,
god,
I love Isaiah song like Matud Nila, if you're
yeah,
familiar with that.
I am.
And then Usahay. Oh, I love that song.
Sahat.
Yes.
I've written 3 Bisaya songs for her. Um,
I love also to sing Bisaya song. Pahalo ka kuday.
actually, you can on my channel.
Haluklag
It's
sa
not released.
iban.
It's not released. It's just on YouTube, but it's a song that I wrote for her when I was in Afghanistan, and it's in
Okay.
English. But I wrote it in a I recorded it in a bomb bunker in Afghanistan.
Boom, 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 baby. You know what? I love music, but it's just like, I don't have good voice, to sing with it, trying hard.
You don't have a good voice yet. It's just like a language. You have to practice.
Yeah, it's
And
just
sing.
like, I'm refused to sing that because first time my husband heard when I sing in our room, he thought that I was crying, my goodness. And then, he's just really serious about checking me in the other room. And then he asked me, "Sweetheart, are you okay?" And then, "Yeah, I'm okay." So, because he told me that you sounds like crying. Come on, oh my goodness. So I just, I just told him, "Come on, Frank, leave me alone." I enjoy singing here in the room.
What is that song? Ulitin ko sa'yo ang nadarama.
That's Ariel Rivera.
Yeah, I know that. Sa Aking Puso, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's Ariel Rivera.
Yeah.
One of his greatest hits.
Gusto ko nung bumitaw. That's a Morissette song. No.
That's too high, my goodness. So I need to stand on the tower.
Hey, you know the song by Gary Valenciano, Could You Be Messiah?
That's very,
More
okay. 53 Shades Darker in the Philippines. I have a request, both of you guys. Sing Gusto Ko Nang Bumitaw by Morissette. Oh, you know what? 53 Shades Darker in the Philippines. I really want to bitaw. I really want to bumitaw about that because I can't. My goodness. So I have to, climb on ABS-CBN tower.
Put on boots. Are you asking?
TJ, don't ask us about the Christian songs because we're a little bit devil here. Devil. Joke.
Evil.
I'm just gonna say, if you ever want to listen, Morissette did a version of it. She just, I don't know, not long ago. Oh my God.
Miss Manny, I really gonna bumitaw that when I sing gusto ko
Gusto
nang
ko nang bumitaw.
Mom,
Not good
ngunit
in my voice.
ayaw na ngunit ayaw ng pusis ko gusto ko nang bumitaw. Gusto ko nang bumitaw ngunit ayaw ng puso. Oh, ikaw na, Miss Manny, because 50 Shades Darker just give a small peek. So,
No, definitely not gonna try that song.
meow, meow, meow.
I'm trying to see. Here, see if you would like this, if I can find it. Um,
Peanut butter in preserve.
where is the?
Sorry, 53 Shades. Maybe next another song.
So maybe I can sing with that if I have 3 cans of Jack Daniel Coke, maybe. Fanzo. Good evening,
Oh,
Fanzo.
Fanzo.
Hmm.
So, Miss Manny, you forgot to mention, just only one question that we discussed about, you know, who is
One
the
question.
prize? What
Who is
about,
the prize, guys?
what about the other, the other question that, you sent it to me?
Yeah, but it seems like we're okay. I have a question to you, Ate. It's supposed to be with Filipina Charmsky.
Well, she's
Yeah. So this question is: do you consider yourself, Ate, as a high value woman?
absolutely yes.
Uh-huh.
A high
And
maintenance.
Yeah,
high
absolutely
value woman.
yes. I no, did not pop. Yeah, because if it's not open, you really hear, the pop. Somebody opened that. But let's see if it's not. Well, we can bring it back to SNR because we never know is that contaminated because it's not yet 1 week. You know what? How does it look? Yeah. Oh yeah, because might somebody put something there. Yeah, we can bring it back there. Maybe we can do that tomorrow.
So would you like to hear the Puso Ko'y Para Sa'yo?
Yeah, please.
I don't know if you'll be able to hear it though. Can you hear that?
Mm,
Okay, good way to end the live stream.
Sa tuwing binabalong mo ang pangalan ko, pangarap ay nagbigyan liwanag. Kapag titignan ko ang iyong mga mata, nakikita ko ang iyong sinta. Mamahalin kita buong buhay ko, ang puso ko'y para sa'yo. Ikaw lang ang nais ko, ang puso ko'y para sa'yo. Sa tuwing binabalong mo ang pangalan ko, pangarap ay nagbigyan liwanag. Paghawak ko ang iyong mga kamay, ramdam ko ang pagmamahal nating matibay. Mamahalin kita buong buhay ko, ang puso ko'y para sa'yo. Ang nais ko, ang puso ko'y para sa'yo. Ang puso ko'y para sa'yo.
Wow, thank you. Kuya Joey, that's nice. That's beautiful song.
It needs some
daghang
work.
salamat.
By the way, guys, please help me greet Puts on Boots. Happy birthday!
Happy birthday,
Happy,
MM.
yeah.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Puts on Boots, MM. Yeah. There's the birthday boy right in the chat.
Okay, so let's sing happy birthday to him, Miss Money.
Okay. Ready?
One,
Go.
2, 3.
2,
Here we
3,
go.
go.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, happy
Birthday,
birthday.
happy birthday.
Happy birthday
Happy
to
birthday,
you.
MM.
One more time. Make it faster. Happy birthday to
Happy
you.
birthday to
Happy
That,
birthday to you.
birthday to
Happy
that,
birthday,
birthday. Happy
happy
birthday. Happy
birthday, happy
birthday,
birthday,
Putin
and
Boots. Happy birthday. Any wish for for Putin Boots, Miss Money?
maligayang
well, good
kaarawan.
health, because health is wealth.
Put
Okay,
some
so I
boots,
have
maligayang
also, I
kaarawan.
have also wish for Putin Boots. Follow your dream. That's all. That's all. Follow your dream, Poots.
Finally 18, yes.
Okay, so
I think we're gonna. Thank you so much, Kuya Joey, for sharing your stories, your songs. Wow,
Yeah,
you're awesome.
daghang salamat.
yeah,
Oh, you have channel, please. You can promote your channel, please.
There's nothing on my channel worth looking at. It's all gardening
Ah,
videos, and it's all in Tagalog. Everything on my channel is Tagalog, so you can
oh,
go there.
nice. I mean,
You can go there and make fun of my accent.
uh-huh.
okay. So we're gonna check your channel, okay?
Mhm.
So, well, it's just like,
And please
we
also
gonna
check on
close.
Lilibet.
Well, I'm prepared to ask,
Yeah,
the question from, Philip Macy, but it's already, we're gonna close. So maybe we can talk that some other day.
Oh, what's the question from Philip Macy?
Yeah, because there's a question that we do you consider you asked me, do you consider yourself as a high value man? And then I answer,
Ah,
yes, I
okay.
am. And
Oh,
then
sorry.
he asked, define,
Okay,
define.
yeah, continue it, ate.
Well, it's gonna be, we're gonna, because I think you need to, because it's already 12.
Lily,
3 minutes. 3 minutes is something.
Lily, can you type in the chat so I can go to your channel?
Okay, dokie.
I mean, you guys have range, so you can just check each other's channel.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Just
saying.
go to channel.
I just needed her to type so I can find it.
Yeah, that's there. Thank you so much, Pots and Boots.
Thanks, Puts. Oi, guapa, oi.
Thanks, Boots. So
Thank you,
what's
birthday
your
boy.
Honda, what is your Honda, Boots? Well, I wish, you're here so I can, we can cook pancit canton, lumpia, or what else? What else that we can, we can cook? Well,
Spaghetti.
you know what, Miss Manny, I'm gonna, my, maybe the link is gonna late because, I have no hours left in my StreamYard, so I have to wait until on the 12th.
Okay, ate. No worries. Okay. Okay, good night,
Yeah.
53 Shades Darker in the Philippines. Thank you so much for staying.
Yeah, maybe on the next, the next content that you're gonna, do you consider yourself a high value woman? And we're gonna we're gonna
Okay, okay,
continue that
okay,
with
good.
Miss Manny because it's already, 12, and we know
Mm.
that
So stay
everyone
tuned,
needs to.
guys. We're gonna continue part 2 for this.
Yeah.
Sana all. Ate Marlene, thank you so much, Ate Marlene, for joining here in the panel.
Yeah,
It
they
was
said
fun.
she
Thank
went
you
back to
also, Marlon. So KJ, I hope you can join also, on my live streaming because, every Sunday, this is 9 a.m. That would be 9 p.m. in your time. So I hope you can join also with me.
Stay safe also, Kuya Joey and Ate Marlene. Thank you so much.
Ikaw din.
I
Salamat.
hope,
Ingat
yeah, I
kayo.
hope you will come back, be a regular friend here, just like everybody else here.
Absolutely.
Ayo-ayo ra dong.
Ayo, ayo.
Okay, good night, guys, and
Good
enjoy
night,
your weekend.
everyone.
Stay
And
safe.
happy birthday once more to Puts and
Yeah.
Okay.
Good night, Ate. Thank you so much. God bless you. Bye, everybody. Love and peace to all.